Landing. Home point updated. Takeoff.
All right, test 1, 2.
You're live on air right now. So where are they?
All right, good morning, everybody. Let's try this again. We are out in Barstow, California at the last race of the year for M.O.R.E, the ProAm Desert Championship race. We are in the midst of the first heat. They're about halfway through the first lap. In the first heat running is going to be the 5/1600 bugs, the Class 9 cars, the 1300 Sportsman cars, and the Class 11 stock bugs.
Yes, if we can get the camera on, that would be kind of like a bonus. Yeah, it would be. I think. It says it's on. I don't see it. Well, I can do that with your camera easily. Oh, wow.
This one.
That's the air camera. So does the little camera show that we go? Okay. There you go. Now I see you. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I lined it up great. It's just.
Oh, okay.
Scooch over half inch. There you go. So when someone comes in, both in. And then, can you hear me? Florida Man here in Barstow.
Yep. Enjoying yourself?
I've never seen so much dirt in my life. Yeah, it's great.
This is a common practice for us.
There's no humidity, no roaches. Gotta love it.
Yes, definitely. The weather was great this morning. The ground was moist when I showed up this morning, and so it should help with the dust a bit.
Yeah.
And we'll just keep going.
So in theory, we should be in cruise control, right? Excellent. Okay. Yeah. I'll need to get a microphone. Actually, none of the. I don't think. Yeah. Yes. All right. Talk later. Thank you. Bye.
And then, is there volume from the cameras on the drones, or like are they going to have any car noise or anything outside of that, or is the custom noise just going to be through us? Yeah, it's going to get real loud. Welcome, YouTube fans. Is anybody out there in the chat? Anybody have any questions coming up? Feel free. We have the chat open. We're going to try to answer any questions that come through that we can. Again, currently we are heat number 1, 1600 cars, class 9 cars, sportsman 1300 class, the 4-cylinder sportsman class, and the class 11 bug stock. So we're still on the first lap. On the screen in the upper left-hand corner, 1600 car, moving pretty good out there right now. Everybody should be on the north end of the race course. And so everybody, today's loop is going from Outlet Center, or the main section of Barstow that everybody's used to, and going out towards the College Hills on the northeast end of Barstow. From looking at the map, it seemed pretty fast and technical. Should be a fun course. I don't see anybody complaining about it being too rough out there, but I did hear some rumors that there are some square edges in the washes. And so we'll see how everybody fares. This morning we had qualifying for class 11, and the 1600 cars seemed to have minimal issues with everybody there. One car ended up rolling over, but I think they're going to try to get that going today for the race. So here we go, small race going. And looks like 2 of the class 11 cars. So definitely want to thank Dave Cole and his Hammer King Productions crew for coming out and setting us up and allowing us to have a live feed like this. We have 2 drones going. And then I'm sitting here at the start finish line. The race course is actually behind me, so it's going to be interesting. And here we go. We have the first 5/1600 coming through. It should be 588 for Connor. There's your first place car physically. Second place is close behind.
Landing.
Number 576.
Takeoff.
Looks like they're going to have a good, healthy race. On time, 576 is going to be your leader at this time. Oh, maybe not. They're still separated by their start time. $13.14. That's going to be your first sportsman car. And then on screen, we still have the battle for the stock class 11 cars in your upper left-hand screen. The blue car in the bottom right, that's going to be your lead 5/1600 and lead car on the lap physical. So start a lap 2 for the 5/1600s. Here comes your first class 11 car coming on through. And this is going to be Raul Solano, 11:54. He's also your number 1 qualifier this morning, so he was the first one off the line. Second place, 11:07. That's going to be Donnie Donovan. And there's your first place 9 car. 923. Looks like everybody's staying pretty close. And then 1181, Robert Robles coming through. So he's going to be your third place class 11 car. And looks like looks like the stock cars are going to give everybody a run for their money in this heat. Go 1186 or 1196, sorry, and 1144. So 1144, Oliver Filamente. Yes, Kyle. So the differences of the cars right now, the 5/1600s are going to be your kind of your Baja Bugs, more of the old school race cars, Baja race cars from the past. They're going to be, I believe, they get multiple shocks, 1600 engines, Volkswagen engines. They're allowed multiple shocks per corner. Still have to run the beam with the arms, the front arms, and then in the rear you're allowed to do IRS for your with your transmission and have independent suspension in the rear. Your class 9 cars, that's going to be kind of similar to a 5/1600, a bit of a smaller engine, limited suspension, still the VW beam front end with the smaller arms, and you're going to go to a swing axle transmission with those cars. And then you have your stock Volkswagen class 11. Those are literally going to be your bone stock class 11 cars. These ones are modified a bit more to handle the desert, and so they do get a bit of work and upgrades on their suspension. But again, they're limited to what the manufacturer or what the car can actually take inside. They're allowed to do IRS or swing axle transmissions in their cars. Their engines are 1600 cc engines, so they do get a little bit bigger of engine. And then you have your sportsman class for the 13 any car with the 1300 number. That one, it's going to be with M.O.R.E. It is a 4-cylinder sportsman class, so you can run any 4-cylinder engine in it, any suspension. You're out here for fun and enjoying the day, but you're still racing in the class. So that's going to be a short explanation on the group that we have out here today. 19 cars on course right now. So for the people that are watching, we're out on the east side, I guess the northeast side of Barstow, of the recreational area. Out by the outlet centers is where the start's at. Then today's lap or loop races north towards the College Hills and out towards the College Hills, and then back to outlet center main pit area. So if you guys would like to follow along, we do have live timing. Live timing is up through the SCORE website, or through the M.O.R.E website. Sorry about that. If you go to moreracing.net and scroll down on their main page, they have qualifying times posted from this morning. Then they have today's live timing going. We also have this live broadcast on YouTube, obviously. Thanks to Hammer King Productions and Dave Cole. We appreciate your guys' help with this and allowing us to do this. And then for today's event, this morning's heat started at 9:30. The next group, or heat number 2, is going to start at 11:30 this afternoon. That's going to be class 12, 1600, and UTVs. And then following that is going to be the last 2 groups, or heat 3, is going to start at 1:30 this afternoon. And that's going to be your 1400 trucks, your 2000 trucks, unlimited trucks, 6100s, class 1s, 14 Pro, class 10, and 5 unlimited. All right, those are the last 3 cars that were out on their first lap. So we got all 19 cars through on the first lap. It's awesome. So today's lap features 15 miles. If you guys were wondering, it's a 15-mile loop. And then tomorrow will be the same heat setup, 3 heats, a little bit of time adjustment, and it's going to be a different 15-mile loop that's going to head towards Hodge Road and run south, the south portion of the Barstow Desert. So, and then just for reference, lower right-hand camera, that looks like to be kind of the main pit area, and it's going to be the start finish. And the start and the finish portion of the 15-mile loop, the upper left-hand camera, they're out about halfway point towards the College Hills and towards like the main, like Barstow City area. So for the laps, we're doing, so class 11 is going to do 3 laps this morning, 1300, 1600, and the class 9 cars are going to be doing 4 laps apiece. So, but with the way that things are going, it looks like class 11 cars can probably do 4 laps in the time limit. So good shot of Donnie Donovan right there in the upper left-hand corner. So I believe each heat is going to get a 3-hour time limit, but I don't hold me to that one, but it's going to be about 3 hours a piece. A lot of tight single track areas on this course this morning. Within the screenshot, you see the multiple lines right there heading into the hills. So definitely have to keep things tight, fun, interesting, and then allow space to pass. So with this being the last race of the year for M.O.R.E, this is a double points race. They're going to get race points for today, and then tomorrow it resets, and they'll get race points for a full race tomorrow. The class 11 guys, this is their shootout race, or one of their shootout races. I believe Oliver Flamonte has put up a roller chassis, class 11 stock chassis to the winner of not this race, but of the points. And I believe they're doing a 3-race point series for that. So that was a cool idea that they put on there. And then later today is going to be the class 1600 shootout that Cody tries to put on every year for the TJ Craig Memorial. So usually he gets a pretty decent car count for those. But this year there's a little bit of a conflict in scheduling, but it's okay. They still got a good car count. It should be a good race. A lot of fast guys are out here to claim the trophy and hold it for the next year. So bottom right, there's our setup for home base. A little different than what I've seen from other races, but we'll see how it goes. All right, looks like we're gonna have Cody Jeffers, the man in charge of the M.O.R.E Racing Series, join us for a little bit. All right, you should be unmuted now.
Am I unmuted?
There you go. You are on.
Sweet. Well, this is awesome. Big thank you to Dave Cole and Hammer King for coming out and doing the live coverage for us. We're going to be bringing this to you all day today and tomorrow. And thank you to Tyler for sitting in here and being the voice of M.O.R.E for this weekend. Yeah. How's it been going?
It's been interesting and different. It's kind of cool to watch the racing that's out there. It's been pretty close, pretty tight. It looks like the course that you put together is exactly what you plan to do, is make it good racing.
Oh yeah, no, it's a little bit faster than I typically do for sure, but the Class 11 guys are happy for that. Lots of fast straightaways, but then we got some breaking bumps and some corners, a little bit of silt out there, some technical stuff up in the heights. And who we got here? We got Connor Ishibashi going through the. Okay, so he's over there coming out of the heights. He just crossed the wash.
Okay.
And he's about to hit the straightaway and come on back into main pit. Should be David Stevenson still behind him, or did he make the pass?
No, I think they're still in the same.
Is that him coming?
Yeah,
yep.
So there's in the same order.
Yeah, there's Stevenson, Ironman pumping. These two guys, they've been running neck and neck all year at all the races, literally finishing within seconds of each other. It's been fun watching them two battle each race.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's always good to have good tight racing. The course has a lot to do with it, but also the same. It's good that drivers can be right there. Gets the adrenaline pumping and makes it exciting.
Yeah, so we got some 11 cars coming out of the heights now.
Yep. Yeah, we have Raul was the first one through, followed by Donnie Donovan, I believe. So Donnie has them on time at the last crossing. But the interesting part,
Flamate.
Yeah, Flamate coming from behind, starting towards the back, and
he started what, like 8th or 9th? And yeah. Now he's 4th or 5th on the road, probably 4th on the road now. This was Roberto Robles right here. He's got a fresh paint job on the car. He's always super fast. No doubt he'll be there at the end. It'll be curious to see if Donnie and Rulo can hold pace without having any downtime.
Yep.
Those two are always fast, but sometimes maybe a little bit too fast for the capabilities of these Class 11 cars.
So now we did have somebody that asked for kind of some explanations on the classes. I gave him a brief one as much as I know. But Class 11s, the suspension that they run on the cars, what are they allowed to run? I believe it's still 5.5 inches of travel in the front, 9 in the rear.
Yeah, there's that Flamate catching Robles. Yeah. So Class 11s, pretty darn close to a stock bug with the roll cage. Still got to be a ball joint front end with stock arms, stock tie rods. They're allowed to reinforce the beam just a little bit, reinforce the spindle with a gusset. Can't run power steering. It's still the stock steering box, which a lot of times fails.
Okay.
Front steering components is a big failure point on these cars when they're pushing it too hard. Got to run the full body. It's a 1600 cc low comp motor, less than 100 horsepower. I think they're, depending on what dyno you're on, it's getting close to 90 horsepower, probably more like 85 or so. And we got, some of them are swing axle, but most of these cars are IRS in the rear. You can run either one. I think they're getting maybe 12 inches of travel in the rear, and yeah, like 6 in the front.
In the front.
Yeah.
So it's very, very similar to the 9 cars, suspension wise, but
Yeah.
with a heavier body.
Heavier body, but some of these cars are built really, really light.
Yep.
They got a little more weight. The IRS cars, though, I've driven one of these cars for a week out with Volkswagen one time, and I was shocked about how well they worked. Because I started in Class 9, and I thought Class 11s were super slow, and then I got in that car, and it wasn't even like a full race car, and I was like, this thing is sweet. It was like that extra weight and just a little bit of the travel. You kind of just stay on the ground and roll everything, and it's actually a pretty awesome ride. So I understand why so many guys are getting into Class 11, because like Class 9 can be driven harder and faster, but man, it destroys your body.
Yes,
As you know,
yes.
you're a multi-time Class 9 champ with us here at M.O.R.E. I was never able to achieve a championship because I always broke the car.
Just driving a little too hard.
Yeah.
That or not finding the smoother lines.
I didn't really like to chase lines either. And if I saw a photographer, I usually floored it to get the best picture. Yeah.
Definitely. So we did have, while Cody was talking, we had the 1314 of Ron Brady come through.
Yep.
His car is kind of like a 5 Unlimited car,
Yeah.
but not. It didn't sound like he had a big enough motor to be 5 Unlimited, so I think that's why he runs Sportsman.
Yeah, it's a working door, 5 Unlimited. I wish all the 5 Unlimiteds are working door, though.
Yeah.
I think those are sweet. But yeah, he enters Sportsman. Yeah, it doesn't have quite the horsepower as some of those Ecotec cars. And Sportsman is just a great class. We have 2 Sportsman classes, 1300 is what he is running.
Mhm.
If you have a 4-cylinder engine or smaller, you're in the 1300 class. And if you get bigger than that, then you jump up to 1350. So you can get a variety of cars running in that 1300 Sportsman class.
Yeah, which makes it fun for the ones that want to race it and stay in the class, and which makes sense when some classes don't have the correct car counts or smaller car counts. It's good to have people to race against.
Oh yeah, some races will have 10 or 12 in the 1300, and you get some people that are just starting out in 1600 want to enter Sportsman for the first season or for the first couple races. Comes our Donovan, and look at that, Flamate.
So something happened to Raul out there. So these are gonna be our first 2 Class 11 cars physically.
And Robles right there.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Some
Class
tight
11
racing
battle. And these guys are all super tight in the points for the MP Elite 11 Championship Series we did this year. We did the points a little bit different this year. Out of the first 4 races, we only took 2. You got 2 throwout races, and the final race you were not allowed to throw out. You had to show up for this final race, and whatever points you get this final race is what's going to determine the championship. And the top 3 are separated by 2 points or 1 point. I think Rulo and Donnie were tied, and I think Robles was just 1 point behind. Flamate is within striking distance as well, so going to be awesome to see who takes that championship for the MP Elite 11 Championship this year.
Yeah, definitely on that. It's been exciting all year to watch it. And then also up for that's the Class 1 roller chassis.
Class
Or the
11.
Class 11.
Little
Sorry.
difference. That one makes a big difference.
Yes.
Class 11 rolling chassis that Oliver Famate put together in his shop. He wanted to give away a chassis this year, which is super awesome. As long as you ran for points and you did those 3 minimum races and you're in the points championship and you show up to this race, you're going to be in that drawing to win that rolling chassis. It's a chromoly chassis, really nicely put together. It's got some really nice tube work inside there. Front and rear bumpers are braced. So big thank you to Flamates for doing that. We're going to do that drawing after the race on Sunday. And what's interesting about that is the lower you are in points after Sunday, the better your odds are of winning that chassis.
Okay.
Yeah. Your name goes in the hat
That's-
the most times if you finish last in points.
That's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah.
Kind of doing a reverse draw. There goes Raul right there.
Well,
1154.
I mean, some of these cars that maybe are back in points, they probably could use that Chrome-Ollie racing chassis more than the guys up front. The guys up front got things figured out and got their program dialed.
Yep.
So yeah, and that was like one of the stipulations that Oliver wanted. He's like, obviously he doesn't want to win the car. He's not going in the drawing, but he wanted hopefully to go to a team that really needed it. So hopefully that's where we end up.
Awesome, and that shows the tightness of the class and how close everybody is. It's probably one of the closer groups of racers that I've seen.
For sure.
And it seems like they have a good time at all the races, and kind of they pit together.
Yeah, they all
camp together.
for the most part, they pit together. They share parts. They have chase pits out there together. It's a really close knit family. They all help each other out. Love having the Class 11 support that we have had over the past few years. We've had some really great races, some great championship runs, and this year is no exception with Flamate and Robles and Donnie Donovan and Raul Solano all battling for points. And say we had a late starter there, Riley King. Unfortunately, she blew up a tranny during qualifying.
Okay, yeah, is that what she was?
Yeah, but they were scrambling over there. Them and the 923 team of Richard Finn Jr. They were helping them get a new tranny in that car, and she was able to start the race. So.
Okay.
About a lap and a half down, but hey, I'm gonna go out there and have some fun and try to put down some hot lap times. We got a sweet three-way battle here on the.
That's what I was just going to point out. It looked like 3 Class 11 cars right there.
Is that Joey Smith, Jeff Correo, and I can't tell who's third. We need a bigger screen over here.
So yeah, and they running through those hills. I know from my experience, it's definitely interesting because you can get going pretty fast up through there. But the course is pretty tight.
Yeah, so, it's not real wide. A lot of them things are really tight razorbacks. It makes for a lot of fun. Sometimes you end up, if you push too hard, falling off the side.
Yep.
And you kind of just got to ride it out to the bottom and find the race course again. This right-hander they're coming up on is pretty sweet. It's really steep, and you just got to commit to it. Should be right up here. Yeah, Joey Smith just went down it. The camera does it no justice at all. That's like probably a 60-degree incline. Very, very steep right there.
Yeah, that's it. Looks like they're actually taking the section pretty good.
Yeah.
Did the rain reset any of the course out here?
It reset all the washes.
Okay.
But they did kind of get broken back in during pre-running and just recreational users out here. But yeah, after all the rain, it was like somebody, just bladed
the course
perfectly flat. You could just go as fast as you wanted. But the desert gets reused and rebroke in. It's not as fast, but all of these downhills, even like the stuff they're running right now, that was all glass smooth. Anywhere that it was like downhill where the water gathered, it smoothed everything out.
Now, anywhere on this race course that you feel is going to break down and make it harder for the larger classes or the faster classes that are going to be racing later this afternoon?
No, not really. I mean, the one good thing about Barstow is it's all pretty hard packed. There's a few pockets of silt out there. There's one corner out there that's going to get real silty, but nothing that's going to pose any kind of actual threat to any of the other classes going. Sometimes with the uphill pulls we have up these washes, some of the 1400 trucks and some of the trucks can overheat. That's been a thing in the heights in the past.
Okay.
That the truck guys would be mad at me, especially when we ran it in July, that they would have overheating issues. They would get to the top of the hill and they'd have to park it and let their truck cool down. But no, I don't think the course is going to break down too terribly much.
Okay. So then we got
Oh,
one good
yeah,
washout
there
right
we
there.
go, yeah. So where the big main wash that runs down to Linwood came through, it is pretty steep. There's some 3 and 4 foot banks at the class 11s. They don't have that ride height, so they just got to plow their way through, get a face full of dirt.
Yep.
Oh, we got a
What we
pass
got?
going on
Yep.
here. Is this the 1177? Can't tell which car that actually is. Putting the pass on Pizza Jeff.
Yep. 2 lines right there, and looks
Yeah.
like that left line is faster. So any racers that are racing this afternoon, you might want to take some notes right now. No, I think both those lines that they took, they're both fast. It maybe no, it's dust. They're slowing down for dust, and that's what the gap is going to be.
Yeah, and that happens. This course it's not a ton of passing lanes. So qualifying was important for some of these guys, although Flamate, he didn't qualify, and he's doing just fine leading the race on time right now. So it's not too dusty. There's a lot of moisture. This morning when you came out, it almost looks like it rained at night. There's a lot of moisture in the ground from all the rain we had, so the dust is not too bad.
Yep. And the temperature out here is still pretty cool.
Yeah, it gets down to 40s at night, but it'll be t-shirt weather here in a couple hours. Been beautiful weather. We could use a slight more breeze, but overall, beautiful weather for racing.
Yeah, definitely.
We got Sanchez here. What's cool about this layout is there's a good 2 to 3 miles of race course, how it overlaps on itself here at main pit, that your pit crew can see, not just the one time you go by, but when you come back through, they get to see the action 2 different times.
Yeah, and then a lot of the qualifying course, it looked like this morning the qualifying course that you used was very short on non-course, but everything else typically was on the course that they're racing on right now. Just a very short version of it.
Yeah, so it got in. It was a good mix. Where we started wasn't on the race course. It was all wide open, and there was a big 180 sweeper that looked like Caleb Marshall this morning took a little too fast. We had our one rollover. We went through some fast stuff through there, and then we jumped on the race course, got into the deeper rutted stuff, the technical stuff, and finished out through there. And then they came up through the pits at speed for qualifying, which was fun. And you were waving the checkered flag there. A couple of that first 11 car was Sanchez.
They definitely came into the larger holes that they shouldn't be going through. But it was like the last 20 yards.
I was watching. I was like, dang, they were getting it. From the eyeball test, I'm just a fan of racing, so I'm always trying to watch as much as I can while putting on these races. The eyeball test for the 1600s, it seemed like Daniel Dean was the fastest through the checkered flag. It seemed like his car was really working through those holes.
Yep.
A lot of the other guys were bucking a little bit, and his car was flat, but he was not our top qualifier. Justin Cockrell took top qualifier. I think Brody Martin was second, and Tim Craig was third. They were all within 3 or 4 seconds of each other.
Let's see. Did you guys posted the qualifying times
Yeah,
online or?
So I post all that stuff just on the homepage these days.
Okay.
I used to post it on the homepage and on the race page, but trying to put a race on, do all logistics, it's like I just put everything on the homepage now. Yeah, so we had Cockrell with a 309. Then we had Brody Martin with a 310, Timmy Craig with a 312. And then Daniel Dean was fourth with a 313. Bradley Ward with the 316. So super tight up there. Brooke Perfect was in sixth. And Lance Gross, this was his first race, he said, qualifying seventh, which was pretty darn good. So yeah, that race is coming up after this one. And that's going to be the one to watch. That is the Weddle Industries TJ Craig Memorial Sweet 16 Shootout, sponsored by Weddle. How many cars? Well, the purse is going to be just shy of 20 grand. We had a couple no-shows, but the purse is almost $20,000 that they're racing for this weekend in the 1600 class.
So yeah, it looks like you got 10 qualified. I'm not sure if there was any that decided not to.
I think that's what we're going to have. I was hoping we were going to have 13, but we had a couple scratches this morning. But still, it's $1,000 per car plus $5,000 bonus on top of that is what the purse is. 2,000 of that came from the Craig family for the TJ Craig Memorial Shootout, and 3,000 from Weddle.
Yeah, it's awesome. Weddle's been a part of this program for a while now.
Yeah,
putting on these events or helping you out, kind of with the shootout stuff.
Yeah, so it was some time ago. I don't even know when we started these Weddle shootouts now, 4 or 5 years ago. But I actually was trying to do an unlimited shootout with a higher entry fee and a big purse. And I don't know, all the unlimited guys were scared of Barstow or something. They didn't want to do it. But I had all kinds of limited car guys saying, why don't you do that for us? And I was like, well, you guys want to pay a bigger entry fee and have a huge chunk of that go to the purse? And they're like, absolutely. So I talked to Ron, said, hey, I want to start putting out these shootout races. It's going to be a higher entry fee. It's all going to go to the purse practically. And we're going to do qualifying and do these badass trophies and treat it like a premier event for these limited classes. And he was all in and has been supporting it. Like I said, I think it's been 4 or 5, maybe even more years than that now. So big thank you to Weddle for that sponsorship and that continued sponsorship, supporting us grassroots racing organization here.
Yeah, definitely a good company and good family. Ron helped us out for a while we were racing the 1600 car, and we have nothing bad to say about him. I actually ended up buying his original 2-seat 1600 car from him, and our relationship kind of just grew from there. And so it was fun while it lasted, and hopefully I don't know, maybe a return at some point, but not in the books for right now. So enjoying helping out as much as I can.
Let's see. I might have to leave you and go back to my job. The Class 11 is only doing 3 laps, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to have to go out there and start giving the checkered flag here in a little bit.
So we have
Tyler really helps us out here at M.O.R.E, especially on the technical side. He's being the voice today, and he also put together our timing program that we use. And he has this awesome thing where we pull up the final lap list, and it tells us who's going to finish and who should be first, and actually what time they're going to estimated finish, which is very helpful. So yeah, so it looks like Flamate in 6 minutes. So I'm going to have to abandon post here and go wave the checkered flag because the Class 11 cars are going to be finishing their race.
Yep. Maybe you should have added another lap. Yeah, you should.
Well,
no,
so
yeah.
Originally this course was supposed to go in the heights for 5 more miles, and it was going to be a lot slower for these Class 11 cars. Unfortunately, there's a mining project that's going on up in the heights.
Okay.
We had to reroute around, and the course got a lot faster, especially for the 11 cars. So they're running faster lap times than we had initially planned. But we also want everybody to finish, and because points are on the line and all that, and so many people want to get every lap in, we make sure that they got plenty of time, even if they have some downtime, if they got to change a tie rod or a ball joint or something, that they have time to do so and still get all the laps in.
Yeah, and that's you've done a pretty good job throughout the years trying to set up the correct time and the laps for finishing. And
at a true desert race, this is more of a heat style race. A true desert race, I try to give the guys at least a minimum of an hour of downtime and still be able to finish. At this one, it's more like a half hour, but still they got some time. All right, well, I'm gonna have to go and leave you solo here and grab the checkered flag. Who's it gonna be? Is Flamate gonna cross the line first, or is it gonna be Donnie? Or is Robles gonna end up back? They were all 3 kind of bumper to bumper, just about.
I think Donnie's going to be pretty hard to pass. I don't know if Flamate can physically pass him, but they're definitely going to finish on each other's bumpers one way or the other.
My vote's on Flamate.
Flamate crossing physically first.
Yep, I think he is going to be physically first, unless he broke. That's my prediction. All right.
Well, thank you, Cody, for joining us, and we'll see you later this afternoon. I know we do have another guest coming in for the next heat.
Yeah, Brian's gonna sit down here for the 1600 heat. But yeah, I will be stopping back by. I'm only busy at the beginning and the end of the races. During the middle, I can. Oh, this is Brady. He might be getting a checkered flag too, though.
Nope, he has one more.
Okay. He's doing 4
Yeah,
laps.
4
Okay.
laps for them. So one more lap.
All right. All right.
So
Thanks,
thank
Tyler.
you, Cody.
We'll be back.
All right. All right, everybody. Cody Jeffers, the man behind the scenes at M.O.R.E Racing. And I'm pretty sure if you guys do follow M.O.R E on social media, Cody and his wife are pretty fun to follow. The videos that they put out during their announcements and race recaps, they definitely keep things interesting and are trying to do something different than what everybody else is doing out there. So like Cody said, 13-14 is out on his 4th lap now, on his final lap. He is your physical overall leader for this heat. And then the next cars through are probably going to be your class 11 cars. All right, in the upper left-hand corner, we have John Ingold. And we also got here's 588 coming in to start his last lap for the 5/1600 class. So second physical vehicle on the road. But again, upper left-hand corner, 11 is going to be your 1303, John Ingold. That car right there, he is racing against Ron Brady in his what you can call a 5 Unlimited car. And it looks like John Ingold, this is going to be either your kind of your older style 12 car, if not your kind of nostalgic class 1 car from back in the day. So glad to see he's still out here running it. And it seems like he's doing pretty good. Bottom right, that's going to be 588 of Connor Ishibashi. I apologize if I got that name wrong, but get some good overhead footage of kind of the foothills of the outlet center area. With the second place 516 coming across the line right now, 576. David Stevenson. That's going to be your second place 5/1600 car and your third physical car on the road. And then right behind him, here we go with class 11. And it looks like it's going to be Oliver Flamate coming in for the checkered flag. And the first physical class 11 car to cross the line. So here comes Donnie Donovan, who's going to be your second. So Donnie's going to be your second physical car across the line for class 11. So Donnie did start in front of Oliver Flamate, so Oliver should still have the win there. And 1181, Roberto Robles is your third place stock class 11 car. So it looks like unofficially it's going to hold the top 3 of how they physically finished is going to be how their timing was done. But again, we don't have any insight to if there's any penalties or any adjustments on time there. So your next class 11 that's due in it should be Raul Solano. But here comes your second place class 1300 car. This is going to be John Ingold driving by. He's going to start his last lap now. So interesting car of that one. It does have larger suspension than everybody else out here, but it doesn't look like it travels too much more. And here to the finish line is going to be Raul 1154 for your 4th place stock class 11 car. So in the upper left-hand corner, that's going to be your stock bug class right there. It looks like 1196. That's possible. I think that's David Sanchez. Hustling to the finish. He should be here in another maybe 5 minutes to the finish line. And then coming up now is going to be one of your class 9 cars. I believe it's going to be 923 of Richard Finn. Coming in to start his last lap. Got one more to go. So if you guys are wondering why the cars are slowing down behind us, it is a speed zone behind us. It's a very short one, maybe 50 or 60 yards long, where they need to slow down so that way the timing and scoring can mark them as through and keep the dust down in this area and help us be able to view them, get a good eye on them, and let them go. So it looks like the lower right image is going to be Richard Finn in the Class 9 car. The image on the upper left, that's going to be Stevenson. Yeah, David Stevenson running the 516 car. Let's see if he can run down Connor on this last lap here. It looks like he's about a minute, just over a minute behind him right now on time. Physically, it might be the same amount, maybe a little bit longer. I'm not sure what the intervals were of what the cars left, but it might have been every 15 seconds to get them off the line and keep the racing tight. Everything's good. All right, here we go. Another Class 11. It's going to be 1196 of David Sanchez Jr. He's going to be your 5th place stock Class 11 car at this time. And then it looks like we have kind of a big gap right now to the finish line. Let's see if there's anything out in the field that we can see. So it looks like the drone's still on Stevenson in the 5/1600 car in the upper left-hand screen. Good racing conditions out here. There's not too much dust, which is pretty good with the small amount of breeze that we do have. It's going to keep the racers with good visibility throughout the race course. And one of our late starters in Class 11 will be 1123 of Riley King. So that is her first lap that she completed. So hopefully she can get the next 2 within the time limit and get a full race underneath for her points. Another Class 9 car, 979, Bill Hardesty. Starting his last lap. And then we just had some pretty good coverage of David Stevenson running up through the north end of the race course. Pushing hard to the finish, trying to catch the lead car right there. Looks to be a long straightaway home, headed back to the finish line. And then at the end of that straightaway, he's going to turn right, and he's going to start through the pretty rough section all the way to the finish of the kind of the main pit area here in Barstow. So again, for the folks at home, if you guys want to follow the race a little bit more closely, there is live timing that you're able to click on and open up for this race. It's going to be on moreracing.net. And once you're on the home screen, if you scroll down, there should be a spot for you to select to see qualifying times from earlier today, Saturday timing, which is live at this point right now. And then for tomorrow, there's a new link for the Sunday timing. And so you guys can track the timing along with the race, or I'm going to say unofficial timing along with the race. So it looks like David Stevenson is still charging pretty hard. But he's just outside the dust of what seems to be Connor. I don't know if he's going to be able to catch him with the short distance to the finish. But definitely put on a good race for everybody today. Yeah. So this next car coming into finish, it should be 1175 of Cameron Brantz. And it is. And that's your 6th stock Class 11 car across the finish line. So it looks like in another minute we should see the next 2 Class 11 cars. If not, we'll see 13-14 of Ron Brady coming across the line for the first car in the 1300 class. Nope. Here comes another Class 9 car. So there's 959 headed out for his last lap. Class 11 car 1177, Wyatt Hendrick coming across the line for end of his race, followed by 1168. 1189, Joey Smith. So it looked like 1168 might have had some issues out there. Here's Ron Brady, 1314, coming in for his finish. We'll see if that was enough to get the class win in the 1300 class. We have John Ingold going to be charging hard to the finish. Here comes 1168 across the line. It looks like he has a broken right shock. So that was his issue at the end of the race and caused him to lose a spot or two. Some good air time for David Stevenson up in the upper left-hand corner. So we do have 2 drones going, one towards the start line or one at the start line, and the other one's out in the middle of the race course, kind of picking up everything. He has a lot of options out there. 1166 cross the line. Jeff Carraro. So it looks like we still have 3 Class 11 cars that we're waiting for to finish. A couple 9 cars and a 1300 to end this heat. Now in the upper left-hand corner, coming out of the College Hills, is going to be John Ingold. So it looks like looking at the timing per lap for Class 11. Class 11's doing this lap in between 20 and 21 minutes is a good time. .516 is staying in that same range, 21 minutes. And the Class 9 cars, it looks like they're doing 22 for their lead car. So 15 miles in 22 minutes. So here comes your first place 5/1600 car, 588. In for the finish. We'll see how close David Stevenson will be. So I believe 588 was the first car off the line. Yeah. All right, here he comes. David Stevenson, 576. Charging hard. That's going to be a close one. So there's your 2 5/1600 cars. So that's going to be pretty close. We'll have to wait for the official posting of these cars. or the official posting of the times to see about that race. That was good racing right there in the 5/1600 class. So here comes John Ingold, 1303, going to be your second place sportsman, 1300 class. So I'm not sure if something happened to 1183 Brandon Auckland. But I'm showing that he's out on his last lap. He should have finished about 7 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago. Wonder what happened. So, but our next three finishers, we're looking at the three Class 9 cars, it looks like. And then we should have the Class 11, 1123 Riley King somewhere in the mix. But it looks like we have 4 to 6 cars on course right now as we end this first heat of the day. So some gaps in the coverage here. We have 20 cars on race course that started, and we're down towards the end of them right now of the first heat. For the ones that are joining, again, this is the Mojave Off-Road Pro-Am Desert Challenge or Desert Championship race. This is the final race of the season. It is a 2-day event that's happening out here in Barstow, California, near the outlets or Outlet Center Drive. Day one is going to be a 15-mile loop that heads north and does the north section of Barstow. And then day two is a 15-mile loop south towards Hodge Road and back around. So everything's going to be staying on the Interstate 15 side of Barstow at the Outlet Center Main, where a lot of the main pit is set up for the races over the years. So the ones that are familiar with off-road racing out here in Barstow, California, you should be pretty familiar. For everybody else, we're just south of Barstow itself, the main city that's nearby. So here in the first heat, we did the Class 11 cars, which are the stock Volkswagen Bugs. Then we did the 5/1600s, which are a modified or Baja Bug style race car. The Class 9 cars, which here we have, I believe it's 923 of Richard Finn coming across the line for the first finishing 9 car in the class for today. So the class 9 race, it doesn't seem like it was as tight as normal. The other guys might have had some issues, but congrats to Richard Finn on his finish. Yeah. So it looks like we lost our drone on the north end. And there we saw a view of Richard Finn jumping out of the car and running to the restroom. Maybe he wasn't wearing his catheter. Definitely, these guys, when you race, just for a little bit of information, if anybody wants to know out there, when you're in the race cars, you don't want to stop to have to go to the bathroom, but sometimes you just have to go. So you either wear a catheter, and that way you can do your business during the race, or you hold it until the end and do what we just saw. So I'm going to step away for a little bit, enjoy what you guys can see. It doesn't look like there's too much going on out there. Good shot of the pits right there. All the people out here. Thank you guys. We appreciate everybody who does participate here at the races. The volunteers, Cody definitely wants to say thank you to the volunteers, everybody who helps out, all the fans, everybody watching. If it wasn't for everybody out here and the people in the shot right now, he wouldn't be doing this. So definitely he appreciates that, and we all do. So, all right, I'm going to step away for a little bit as this heat comes to an end. And then I'll go check with Cody to see if we're going to send anybody out or allow anybody out for another lap if they have another lap to do. But if not, it looks like we're waiting on the last 2 9 cars to finish. And then there's 3 class 11s that are still out there, but 2 of them, they've only completed 1 lap, so they might have ran into issues. And the third one might have ran into issues on his last lap. So stay with us. The next heat is due to start at 11:30. So we're looking at 23 minutes. And so we're going to get cars lined up here in a little bit and then start kicking off the next race. So thank you guys. All right, coming back. So right now, Cody and the team are getting everybody lined up and organized for the second heat. Heat number 2 is going to be the Class 12 cars, which are going to be open wheel buggies with a little bit more unlimited, not unlimited suspension, but a little bit bigger suspension. The Class 1600 cars. And we got our 3 classes of UTVs. I'm not sure if all 3 classes are running today, but here we go. Another Class 9 car coming in to finish. It's going to be 959 of Brad Barnes. So in your first heat, just to kind of recap on that, we have your top 3 9 cars. He's going to be 923 of Richard Finn, 979 of Bill Hardesty, 959 of Brad Barnes. Your 5/1600 class, only 2 cars racing in that class. Very tight race all day. But 588 of Connor Ishinbashi, 576 of David Stevenson. And then your top 3. Well, let's go top 5 in Class 11 stock bug, because it's going to be probably one of your largest classes of the day. But 1144 of Oliver Flomate, 1107 of Donnie Donovan, 1181 of Roberto Robles, 1154 of Raul Solano, and 1196 David Sanchez Jr. And then for your stock 1300 class, or sorry, not your stock, but your sportsman 1300 class is going to be 1314 of Ron Brady and 1303 of John Ingold. So good finishing rate for the morning heat. It looked like only 3 cars did not finish or complete all 3 laps. All right, getting back here. I am going to have some help this heat with Brian Johnson. There we go. Let me get you unmuted.
Check 1 2.
There
Check
you go.
1 2. There we go. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, no problem. I know that you're out helping one of the Class 11 teams.
Mhm.
So, how was it out in the field?
It was actually, I assumed the North course was going to be a lot faster. Just by being up there, I was quickly reminded how rough that section of Barstow is. So yeah, a lot of sharp, sandy turns into just straight hard pack whoops. So it provided a unique set of challenges for sure. But typical Barstow, typical Cody M.O.R.E Barstow course.
Anything out of the ordinary? No issues? No
issues. One of the guys I was helping had a flat, so we got that fixed, and that was that. But race this short, that's pretty detrimental.
Yeah.
So hopefully you make a comeback tomorrow. But yeah, not much you can do. I mean, these things happen.
Yeah, and that's what with you being a little bit more familiar with the Class 11 guys. It looked like our top 5 was Oliver Flamonte, Donnie Donovan, Roberto Robles, Raul Solano. It seemed to have issues.
Yeah, and that was who I was helping was Rulo, and he just got a rear flat, the wrong time. It just stepped out of line to pass a Class 9 car and ate a rock with the rear tire. So
Okay.
we've all been there. But yeah, he's still the car is in great shape. Like I said, he's just got his work cut out for him tomorrow. But Flamonte, Robles, Donnie, they all put a really, really strong pace. It doesn't look like any of them made a mistake. So those are hard guys to beat. You got to have a really good day. So
yeah, and unofficial timing shows the top 4 within 4 minutes of each other. So
tight
definitely
racing.
keeps it close for tomorrow, and will be exciting. I don't think Cody's going to time everything on the weekend. I think it's individual days.
I think so as well. That's what I understood it.
So this will be a points ending race for today, and then tomorrow will be a whole new deal.
Whole new ball game.
Yeah.
Re-rack them. So
yeah,
stuff. And yeah, so it's good to be out here, man. Really excited this heat. We have a lot of the class of 1600. The top drivers in the field out here. So it's going to be good to see. It's going to be good to see the battle between these guys. They're all qualified real tight together.
Yeah, and that's Cody and I. We were touching on it a bit earlier, and I still have. There we go. I still have that pulled up. So the Class 1600s, are they going to start them in front of the Class 12s? Have you heard?
I'm looking at staging right now, and it's certainly looking that way. I haven't heard. I do see Cody running around. So we might be able to get his attention and ask him. Yeah, I mean, it's very realistic that Cody might be starting the 1600s in front of the 12 cars.
Okay. So that's going to make for
we'll
some more exciting racing.
Absolutely,
and be a little bit more open air.
It gives the guys up front, a chance to really run in some clean air and stretch their legs, and I think it'll make the racing in that class probably a little bit better.
Awesome. Yeah, it looks like so if they're going to do that, if we're going to do the 1600 cars off the line first, it looks like Justin Cockrell is going to be the first one off the line.
Yeah.
Brody Martin, Tim Craig, Daniel Dean, Bradley Ward, Brooke Perfect, Lance Gross, Renee Maldonado, and then Juan Lopez Montezuma.
That's a name right there.
Okay, and then we have.
Those look like the Class 11
the Class
results.
11s are there.
I do see a 1600 at the bottom. I do know Caleb Marshall didn't finish his qualifying lap. Unfortunately, he put it on its lid, so he wasn't able to finish his qualifying.
Okay.
So he'll be coming from the back, but I'm sure that's a very capable car.
Yeah, that used to be one of my old cars. Definitely a fast car. So hopefully we see Caleb kind of work his way through and get back to.
It's probably good he got the mistake out of the way.
Yep.
Caleb started in 1600 racing in a single seat car, Tim Craig's current car.
Yep.
So it's probably more comfortable for him to go back from the 2-seater he used to have now back to a single seater. He probably feels more at home. So it'll be interesting to see how he does, and he could be one to watch coming from the back. He definitely could sneak up on these guys on corrected time and sneak onto a podium maybe.
Hopefully I know it's his this is going to be his first race in the car.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll see how that works out for him. Usually it's not a good
first
thing for everybody.
Yeah, first race is always tricky.
First
race is always tricky.
So we'll see how that ends up. And then we do have to kind of touch base on Class 12. Let me pull up an entry list and see. See who's here. Okay, so it looks like they are pulling the 1600s out first.
and they're going to be starting one at a time.
Okay.
So Justin Cockrell definitely is the guy to beat. This is his. I mean, literally, the guy rolls out of bed and he's out. He's out on the course.
Yep.
I do know he pre-runs extensively out here. Yeah. So he did his homework, and the whole program's dialed in. And here we go. We're about ready to take the green flag.
And there we go. Heat 2 is live and going. First car offline was Robert Cockrell.
Justin Cockrell.
Or Justin Cockrell. I think his dad's Robert, right?
Yep.
Okay. I used to race against his dad a bit ago.
Yep. And there goes Brody Martin.
Okay.
Been out of it. Brody's been out of it for about a year fixing that car, but if qualifying showed he still hasn't lost a step. Still just as quick as he used to be. Another hometown guy, Tim Craig, here about to take off.
Okay. Seems like Cody's taking no time to.
Yeah, about 15 seconds apiece.
In between. So this is going to definitely make for some tight, exciting racing all day long.
Daniel Dean off the line in fourth.
Another fast family right there. And
yeah, absolutely.
In a very fast car.
Yeah.
We've seen that one perform
They've
won
some big races recently, some big shootout races. They're always a threat to win any race they show up at. Brad Ward and Matt Gumbs off the line. I'm not sure who's driving today, but either way, a couple of local guys, very fast.
And then I believe the Perfects, they're the season points leaders right now.
Correct.
So there's your leader in points at currently.
Yep, and then another family that comes out. They do their homework. They pre-run extensively. They're really smart. They're really smart. Especially for how young they are, they know how to put together a clean race. 16:08. Lance Gross off the line. Another consistent driver here. Renee Maldonado in the 1640.
Yep, I know during qualifying he came in a little while to the finish line. But everything stood. We kept. I was there waving the checkered flag for everybody, making sure everybody was racing to the line, and it made things exciting. Got the blood flowing a little bit.
Kept the blood pressure up.
Warmed me up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, you needed it this morning. It's beautiful now, but this morning was pretty chilly.
Yep.
Caleb Marshall. Updated shock package on that car.
Yep. They fully disassembled that car and not rebuilt it, but they made sure everything was new and updated it and got it going.
1634. I'm not familiar.
Let's see, it'll pop up.
Single seat car here. Now we start our class 12 cars.
Nope, we don't. That's a late entry.
Late entry. Hey, we love to see it. Yep. Glad they made it.
So 12 cars taken off the line now. 1248, Johnny Cox.
We got Chad Cummings here in the single seat car.
Yep, and I believe Chad and John are battling for the points championship.
That is correct.
1257. This car, I was told just before the race that he's been spending some time working on this car, getting it ready, and this is going to be his first race out in that car.
Excellent. You love to see that.
Yep. Brought his whole family out.
Love to see an older chassis too come out, and be kind of massaged and worked up, and you love to see these cars, living a long, full life. Beautiful Jimco 12 car taking off.
Yep. Doug Imhoff. He used to be 1600 guy.
1600 veteran. That is correct.
Now we're getting into the UTV cars. This is going to be your unlimited class. So we have the Craig family and the 222 car taking off first. It's not a Pro-R, but I think it's a home built chassis from them.
Gotcha.
Kind of similar to it. Then it looks like we have a couple Can-Ams right here.
Sabina Racing, another 1600 veteran, and
raced
a bunch of different classes all around. These guys are the seasoned veterans for sure.
And then we got 39.29. Sorry for the people that are watching. I'm not too familiar with the UTV guys. We're gonna try our best here.
Yeah, we're gonna do our best. It's actually great to see this many UTVs out.
Yep.
Racing. It's not normally, we don't get this many, so it's good to see this many out here. The racing is always really competitive with these UTVs, so it's great to see. 29.63 getting up to the line here, getting ready to go.
Yeah, and it looks like 29.91 had some issues right off the start.
Oh,
That's a bummer
goodness.
day.
At least their pit crew's close.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get it fixed and get it moving.
Oh, there he goes.
Excellent.
Is he going to jump out right in front of him?
He did. He
And
jumped out right in front of him. That's the old
This-
co-driver telling him, dude, if you're gonna go, you gotta go right now. 29.71 off the line. Double line performance in what looks to be I believe a Polaris Razor.
I didn't realize that there was going to be this many UTVs here.
It's
Holy
great. It's great
smokes,
to
this is
see.
Nice. Yeah. We're going to get 29.90 coming off, and it looks like almost a stock UTV. See how that thing goes throughout the
Yeah,
day.
Absolutely.
We got the Honda team
Honda,
coming
yeah,
in.
the old Honda factory talent out here. Love to see that.
Hopefully we get some names with these cars soon.
Got one car finishing here from our first heat, 11:23.
Yep. She was a late starter, and it looks like she did get all 3 of her laps in,
Way
so
to
that's
persevere.
good.
You love to see that.
So a couple Wildcats coming
Yeah,
in.
A couple Wildcats. And a couple Polaris Razors to close it out. 1963 getting ready to take the green.
And so we got 2 more cars, and it looks like we're still down 1 drone on the north end of the race course. So this is going to make for some interesting stuff, because some of these UTVs in the back, they seem like if there's some good drivers in there, they're gonna work their way through the pack,
Absolutely.
and they can be faster than the 1600
They
cars and the
absolutely
12
can
cars.
be. Yeah, they absolutely can be with the right program, the right drivers. It'll be interesting to see how they pick their way through traffic. And, like I mentioned earlier, that the north side of that course is a lot of real tight, soft corners. Those UTVs are going to rip right through that stuff for these Volkswagen cars. It's a little bit, it's going to slow them down. You're going to have to regather that momentum. So, yeah, they could get reeled in. It should make for some great interclass racing.
So it looks like 28 cars officially off the line for the start of this heat. So, and then kind of to get Brian a little bit more comfortable in here, lower right-hand screen, that's going to be the local drone that's right here next to the main pit. Upper left-hand screen, he's still trying to work on getting that drone up and going.
Yeah, I believe he's at mile 11.
Yep.
I saw him out there earlier when I was chasing. But yeah, hopefully we'll get the feedback up and get an insight of what's going on.
Yep. And we appreciate Dave Cole and allowing his crew to come out here, help us out, provide some live coverage for us, and try to get some.
No, it's extremely, it's an awesome thing because, a lot of times, you tell your family, your coworkers, your friends, and you can't really show them or explain it to them. So to be able to put something like this out there and kind of be able to say, hey, this is what it's like, and this is what we do. It's a great way to promote the sport and kind of bring some fresh life into it, get a fresh perspective, and somebody who might see it and go, hey, that's pretty cool. And you never know, that might be the next person who goes out and buys a car and shows up in January to go racing.
Yeah, and these, especially with the UTVs, these definitely aren't just buy off the floor and come out and race. You still have to make some modifications to them and safety, and make sure that all the window nets, belts, harnesses, seats can get changed out. Fuel cells. And so don't expect just to go to the local power sports store and buy a UTV and come out here and race. There definitely is some more money that goes into it. So hopefully we get that camera up and going on the north end, because there's a lot of good shots that we can get out there with the tight racing that we're going to see.
Absolutely.
But right now we're focused on UTVs. It looks like on the way out. I know the drone camera guy is going to try to catch as much as possible, and we'll see how things go.
Looks like hitting the first road crossing there. Now it's a 13-mile course, 13 and call it a half-mile course.
Oh, it's 13 and a half on this
yeah.
one. Okay.
So, lap times should be, I'm guessing, probably around 15 minutes.
Okay.
I think that was my math that I did, kind of in preparing for this is, the North Course is a lot of straightaways. It is rough, but it is fast rough.
All right.
So they should be having a pretty good average mile an hour. So we'll see how close my estimate is when we start getting our leaders through. But my guess is about 15, maybe 16 minutes. We should start seeing these guys come back in.
Will be a quick race. I know Heat 1, they're about a 21 minute a lap
Okay.
for the 11
Yeah.
cars. This 9, it was crazy because the 11 cars and the 9 cars were matching each other identically, 5/1600 matching identically.
It's good racing.
Yeah.
It's good racing.
So it's all 3 of the pro classes in the first heat were pretty close to identical times. And then we had Ron Brady and John Ingold. I don't know why I struggle with that name. They were in the sportsman class, but they had bigger engines, bigger suspension.
Sure.
So obviously they were the faster ones, but the pro classes, holy smokes, it's close racing for sure.
And that's one of these, that's one of the cool things that I appreciate about Cody and M.O.R.E and what they do is, these short races, they promote people to push maybe a little harder than they traditionally would.
Mhm.
And it makes for better racing, especially when you have a live stream. So it makes it fun to watch, and it makes it super competitive because you have a short race.
Yeah.
Right. You only have 3 or 4 laps to get the job done instead of a few hundred miles. So instead of waiting for the guy in front of you to make a mistake, it's like, well, if we're gonna get him, we gotta go get him right now.
Yep. And that's I know all these 1600 guys, they get real hungry.
It's a rowdy bunch, man. We know it's a rowdy bunch of dudes. Like, and yeah, well, I just didn't say dudes because Brooke is here, but they you can make the argument besides maybe Spec Trophy Truck and UTV that it's one of the most competitive classes in off-road racing, and it's certainly one of the staples of off-road racing when you look at like the history of what 1600 cars are and what they've meant to the sport, and you look at some of the heroes of the sport who started in 1600.
Yep.
The class it holds a special place for me personally, and they're just really cool cars.
Yeah.
They're really cool.
They're definitely fun, and for the people out there that are watching, if you guys aren't familiar with off-road racing, the 1600 car, it's like a 2-stroke dirt bike. You got to stay in it to win it, and if you back out, you're losing time.
Yeah.
So it's every hole, every corner, you just got to be on it. Momentum is key, but definitely have to be.
You gotta.
Going.
So yeah, there's a couple things to help. And like Tyler said, we want kind of to paint the picture for you guys, but these cars they have less than 100 horsepower generally, maybe right in that neighborhood, but they only weigh about between 1,500 and 1,600 pounds. They're very light. So like Tyler said, the momentum is key. If you can keep the RPMs high, that car is going to work really well. You're going to keep your speed up. It's when you have to rebuild speed from corner to corner. That's when things can slow you down. You end up hemorrhaging time to the guys in front of you. So you really do have to be constantly on the gas, full kill, to compete in this class. I think that's one of the things that makes it really cool is to really compete. You got to be on it 100% of the time.
And then I know like one of the questions that came up during the first heat, everybody wanted like an explanation of the classes and what's different or not. But while we're on the topic of the 1600 car, explain to everybody out there what runs a 1600 transmission, motor, what's a suspension.
So it's all based on Volkswagen technology. So it's Volkswagen trailing arms in the front and rear with a torsion bar spring in the rear and then torsion leafs in the front of the on the front suspension. It's a 1600cc dual port engine. You can't go any bigger than that, and it's an 091 or a 002 transmission with modified internals. So we can run bigger ring and pinions, better gears. So we get some class resilience there in the transmission. We're able to change gearing, whereas like earlier the class 11s that you saw, they have to run stock gearing. So we're able to get away with a little bit more. We can run any size shock we want. Really, it's only beneficial to run about a 10 or 12-inch shock in the front and a 14-inch shock in the rear.
Okay. And then as far like continuing with the suspension, we're talking about a Kingpin link or link pin front end.
Link pin front end on any competitive car, yes, it's going to be a link pin front end. You can run ball joints if you want, but it is antiquated technology. Yeah. Yep. So if you want to do well in the class, you're running a link pin front end.
And then we're going down to the transmissions IRS for every car.
Correct.
At this
Again,
time, I
you
don't
can-
see a reason why you'd run swing axle.
No,
in
I mean
this
you
class.
could if you wanted to, but yeah, you'd be at a massive disadvantage.
Yep.
So yeah, they're all IRS. Like I said, they're all mostly 091 bus boxes.
Yep. And then I know as the class developed, you can run two different engines. You can run a low comp or a high comp engine. Majority of people are stepped away from the high comps now.
Correct.
And so we're running low comp engines with the dual carburetor.
Yeah.
Or
Single
it's
carburetor,
single
but
carburetor,
a bigger
double
carburetor.
throat.
Yeah.
And so that made things interesting on that change, and everybody had to basically relearn
Yeah,
the rule
I
book
mean,
or
and
relearn the book.
it was crazy because I had just figured out high compression and like I won a race and then bam, low
Yep.
compression came and everybody started winning and it's okay, back to the drawing board and let's get this figured out. But yeah, the difference between those two, and I would say it almost came very similar to, I would say a high compression engine is like riding a 2-stroke and low compression engine is like riding a 4-stroke dirt bike.
Yep.
They both have power in different places, but you pretty much have to ride them hard to get the most out of them. But yeah, you can run a high compression engine. The advantage there is you can still run race fuel. So it runs a little bit cleaner.
Yep.
Runs
More
a little bit
expensive.
hotter. It is more expensive. The problem with the high compression engine is it degrades a lot quicker. You're tearing engines apart every race, every other race, whereas a low compression engine, they tend to last a little bit longer. They do run on 91 pump gas.
Mhm.
So there's a price advantage there. And there's no way to get around it. They put out tremendous torque compared to the high compression engine.
Yep.
So you can get a little bit longer of a power band out of it, but both are good options. And both are competitive, truly.
Yeah, and it sounds like right now we have our first 1600 car coming in for completing his first lap, and it looks like it's 16:23.
Justin Cockrell.
There he is. And if you had to put money on a guy,
That would be the safe bet.
Yeah, I think Justin, he's
And
big races
at a 15-second gap. I mean, he's already. I don't even see the next car, so he's putting that clean air to good use. And
taking advantage of it for sure.
He's taking advantage of it, and why wouldn't you? I mean, that's why you push hard in qualifying, is so you don't have to sit in somebody else's dust.
Yep.
It looks like Brody Martin's coming in right now, 1600. Still right with Justin. I mean, not far off at all. Maybe a few seconds difference.
Let's see what it comes up with the scoreboard. So yeah, it looks like he lost a little bit of time. And then we have Tim Craig
right in Brody's dust, 1622.
So, and then kind of just to reflect real quick on the 1600 number, that's just to signify that is the last year's champion, correct?
Correct. He also has a red number plate as a signifier as well.
That's fun.
1686, Daniel Dean coming in. Everybody 2, 3, and 4 running real tight together. About what do we have lap times?
Yeah, we do. So right now it looks like you're pretty close. 1623
over 16
was
minutes.
Justin, and after that we're 1640 for the last three.
Gotcha. I mean, tight racing.
Racing. So again, these times are unofficial.
Brad Ward.
But they're pretty good. Cody's pretty good about keeping it. So 1606 of Brad Ward. That bright orange car. I believe that's a new paint scheme for him.
So that car was actually built probably before you and I were even born. So Matt Gums owns that car, and I believe he's partnered with Brad Ward. That car is a missile. I used to race against it back in the day, and it's a rocket ship. Again, guys who really know how to win. They know how to show up to a race prepared. Just a class act program, and a great car to boot.
Yep. And then here we go. I believe that's Tim Craig that they're showing on the lower right-hand screen.
Correct. It looks like we got Brooke Perfect coming in.
Now, in that one, I know she splits time with her brother. Do you know who's racing today? Who's racing tomorrow?
Brooke is in today, and Ashton will be in tomorrow.
All right. So definitely a good family racing program there.
Again, it's and I keep saying it, but there's a common theme to everyone who's fast in this class. It's people who really dedicate time to their program, to the prep, to the pre-run. They have the knowledge behind it. The Perfects are a stellar example of that. But it's what you need. You need that piece of the puzzle to do well in this class.
Yep.
Look, Caleb Marshall moving up.
Oh,
Picked a few cars off.
wow.
Love to see him moving up.
So that's
Great first lap for him.
Yeah, that's 3 physical positions that he's picked up since the
plus
start.
the time on top of it.
Yeah.
What was his lap time?
So lap time was it's still a little slow, but for picking off 3 cars in the first lap,
Yeah,
that's pretty
fighting the
good.
dust.
And yeah, he's been in dust, so he lost just shy of a minute to Justin
Okay.
Cockrell right off the start, but with that pace, he could be picking it up.
And that's the thing is you got to think about it. If you pass 3 cars physically, if you start to aggregate the data, you're losing 20 seconds per pass.
Yep.
Right? When you think about it, 20 seconds to get around somebody's not a very long time, but it does add up, and that's the advantage to qualifying near the front of the field.
Yep. And our first 12 cars through on the
Chad
first
Cummings.
lap, Chad Cummings. He has a long time history in off-road.
Oh my gosh. I think he's one of those guys. He's probably raced everything at least once or twice,
Yep.
And he's also the leader of the M.O.R.E beam battle right now as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's a different for the fans that are at home. That's another scoring.
Another side bet,
side
between
bet
between some of the
some money.
Volkswagen cars. Yeah. So Cody's, if you're a racer ever on the fence about coming to this, Cody has creative ways to foster competition between different classes. So some unique ways, and yeah, feel free to chime in with questions. Renee Maldonado, 1640, and our first UTV, the Craig family, the 222 car.
So, and I talked to the dad earlier this morning before the race, and he says that they spent some time doing some shock tuning, and they were able to adjust, make things better, and I know they switched shock packages as well. That was an eye opener on the start, and it was in the wrong direction.
Oh,
so then they had a kind of rebuild from there, but it looks like they're pretty solid.
They seem to have gotten it figured out. They have a nice cushion right now. I don't see any other UTVs coming in. So, but the Craigs, again, a storied family. They've been doing this for a very long time. I believe this is the 3rd generation of racers.
Yep.
And I think the 4th is incoming too. I know Tim's son Tanner occasionally hops in the driver's seat as well. So
Okay.
talk about 4 generations of experience and knowledge being shared there.
And we have here's another 12 car here, John Cox coming in. But kind of back to the Craig family, there are 2 vehicles from the family racing right now. Tim Craig is going to be in the 1600 car, and then I believe it's Jeremy Craig is racing the UTV right now.
I believe so. And just for everybody watching at home, they're both equally as fast and hard to race against. Those guys, that whole family knows how to put the gas down.
Yep. All right, still no.
So everyone today will be doing 5 laps. All 3 of our classes, the 1600s, the class 12s, and the UTVs, aiming to complete 5 laps today. Doug Imhoff. The Moctezuma entry, 1651. And 2991.
Let's see. On the timing, it looked like the UTVs, the Unlimiteds were going to do 5 laps, but Cody might have bumped the other ones down to 4 laps. So we'll have to confirm that one with him when he comes back.
$29.71. He's picked off a few cars.
So that is Bronson. Oh, his name moved. Where'd he go?
I do see down main pit, another UTV pulling into the pit to make some adjustments, possibly change a tire.
29.71, Bronson Jones.
39.29 coming through.
That's Dakota Harsiger.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Then the 1999, the Honda Talon. Let's see where they fold into the mix. That's going to be Blake Milliot.
2977 getting the call from the co-driver there to carry on.
Jeremiah Wagner is the driver of that one. Man, this drone's going to be busy on this side.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure that guy gets a pay raise after today. You can see on the drone shot that the section of course that they're in, there is some minor elevation change. There is a decently sized crown in the center of the course that the cars are going to want to straddle. It makes it almost like a slot car track at that point, right,
Yep.
Tyler?
Yeah, and that's what I was just going to ask you on this. We can call it the south end of the North Loop. It's a lot of not as much elevation change as the College Hills, but there are some ups and downs and twists. And were you able to go around the course?
Yeah,
or?
so I went around the North Course once, and the one thing I will say is that the elevation change foot wise is not drastic. However, there's little lips on these jumps, so
Yep.
it's easy to push too hard and get yourself into real trouble. And we saw that in qualifying earlier this morning.
Yeah, definitely on that one. I know this is probably one of the funner sections to come through of Barstow, Maine, if you ever race it. And just go through the hills. There's a small little hill that's right behind us that if you hit it hard enough and you take the momentum over it, you tend to float on the other side.
Yep. Yeah.
I've seen at other races out here, the bigger unlimited trucks and vehicles, I've seen them fly pretty far off of it. During qualifying, I think there was a 1600 car that floated pretty good.
Yeah.
And then right there, it looked like the Honda Talon was pulled over for a little bit, but they continued on, and we had another car that was on the side of the road.
Another car pulled to the side there. Great shot taking this 45-degree right here. Should be a full speed corner coming into a long, easy left. But again, these corners ideally should be taken full speed. Most of the cars in this heat would not have a problem taking these full speed.
And how big are the holes big through this section, or
they can be, and they tend to get very spread apart. So instead of being able to get a rhythm on top of them, you'll hit one and then you end up going into the face of the other. So you do have to kind of find that flow, to make sure you're keeping your rhythm and you're not beating yourself up. I think that's something that's not mentioned enough, is how physically demanding it is to drive a lot of these cars in the desert. This is not easy terrain. I think even when you look at guys racing on asphalt, they get out of the car, they're drenched.
Yep.
They got arm pump, the same problems, except we're fighting holes, silt, rocks, hills, turns. So, it creates a different set of challenges.
Yeah.
1927 and 1257 coming through right nose to tail.
You're going to give him a little push?
Yeah, it looks like he's getting right after him.
And it looks like the UTV, the exhaust was kind of bouncing around there in the back.
Oh, goodness.
So maybe a broken exhaust or possibly loose.
Looks like the Sabina UTV entry coming through. Correction.
Nope, that is one of the Wildcats.
Yeah, 1963.
So that would be Timothy Moore.
That thing sounds phenomenal.
Doesn't sound like a Wildcat engine though in that thing.
I don't know. I don't know what the UTV rules are there on that one, but yeah, I mean, it sounds great. It could be maybe the exhaust system. I don't know how open it is, the exhaust on these cars, but 2 UTV, one pulling out of the pit right now, another one coming in, the other Wildcat.
Yep. Second Wildcat should be Shane McCoy. Nope, 1902.
Got 3 of them. 1902.
So Derek Hudson.
2963 and 1634. If anybody watching at home has names for 1634, please comment on the live stream. We'd love to give credit where credit's due.
So 1634 is Giddy Gallon.
Kitty Gallant. That's a name I have not heard in a number of years, and I think you and I have both raced against him in Class 9 before as well.
Yeah, he's a Class 9 guy that kind of got out of the sport for a little bit, and then I know he's hung around and helped a few teams out, but it seems like he got his hands on a 1600 car.
A 1600 car. Good. Welcome to the class, Giddy. And with him, with how long Giddy's been racing, well, maybe welcome back. I'm not sure if he's raced 1600 before or not, but it's good to see him out.
Yeah. Yeah, another blast from the past was Ron Brady. Ron Brady's out here in Sportsman 1300 car, and he's back, a 9-car guy, 1600 guy. That's from like early 90s, if not 80s.
It's funny how the sport tends to, it has a gravitational pull, no matter how hard you try to get away or step away, whether you go and help someone or you buy another car or you just go pre-running. The sport has a way to bring you back to it. And, oh, yeah, it's good to see that person again.
A little bit, kind of not to change the subject so quickly, but a little bit of information on 12 cars. I'm not too familiar with their rules, but I know that it's again based on the VW platform.
Correct.
The beam, you have a beam front end.
They are allowed a longer front trailing arm.
Okay.
The advantage there as well is they can run, instead of running traditional style springs, both front and rear, they can run a coil spring.
Okay.
So it takes away a weaker fail point, whereas a torsion bar or a torsion leaf is more apt to fail. Coil spring is a lot more reliable. So, and again, they can be any size you want. Of course, there's the smart way to do things where you limit the shock size.
Yeah, bigger's not always better.
No, unfortunately not. It would be nice if that was the case, but there's about a maximum point of travel that those cars can get. But yeah, you'll notice that there's 2 shocks on each corner of those 12 cars, whereas opposed to the 1600 cars, single shock on each corner because the springs are internal.
Yep, and then kind of go to the past a little bit. 1600 cars did used to have multiple shocks on each corner.
They did, and actually, if you look, 1606, the bright orange car, still one of the only cars out there running 2 shocks in the rear.
Oh, that's
They're
interesting.
They're running 2 2.0 shocks.
Okay.
So again, there is more than one way to succeed out in this desert. And they are the winners of the last race as well. So it is a proven package as well.
Yeah.
So it's not just antiquated, but it works. It works.
No micro
Cody's telling
stubs
us
on
that car doesn't have micro stubs, which limits the rear travel, those micro stubs. So it's an antiquated car, but I bet you it's probably, if it's not underweight, it's on weight.
Yep.
They probably have to add weight to it to make it legal. There is a minimum weight in 1600. It's 1,550 pounds, and that's on a car basis. Both drivers removed, spare tires, spare tools, all the fuel pumped out of it. And it looks like Justin Cockrell's coming back in right now. We've got our leader back.
Oh, and it sounds like we just got information that our points leader rolled the car out there on the last lap. So the perfects.
Unfortunate.
Yep. Hopefully they can get back going, and
if any team can get back in the fight, it's them.
Yep. So it looks like Justin posted another 16-minute lap. He got faster this lap by
16:06.
Yep.
About goodness. As somebody doing what we're doing here, you love to see somebody improving their craft and figuring out ways to get faster. As a competitor, it's discouraging when you look and you're thinking, okay, they're only going to get slower, and then they end up getting faster. That's what makes Justin one of the hardest guys to beat in this class.
Oh yeah, definitely on that one. But we'll see. Hopefully, Tim Craig or the Daniel Deans might have something for him. Even Brody, Brody might have something in his back pocket that he's saving for the end.
So I see Brody coming in right now, and he is slowly hemorrhaging time to Justin. And it's not like Brody's going slow. I mean, he's putting in really solid lap times, and that car looks like it's working really well. Okay, we have a position change. Daniel Dean in front of Tim Craig. So Daniel Dean now running P3.
Yep, physically.
Tim Craig coming in just behind him.
And it seems like these guys, they play pretty nice with each other.
It's It's I mentioned the class as being very rowdy, and it's because we race hard. But there's not somebody here that I would mind going elbow to elbow with in the car. Everybody races clean. They race hard, but they race clean. And I think that's again a credit to the class. We all like racing against each other.
Yeah, and
So
it's always good to trust the racer next
absolutely.
to you.
When you know that they're going to be clean, then you can race them harder. We
Yep.
both know the limits and the rules of engagement. And Bradley Ward coming through. There's your car with 2 rear shocks and no micro stubs. A blast from the past.
So let's see if Cody updated the points on the website. And let's see who the second place in points is. So it looks like Bradley Ward is second in points.
Renee Maldonado in third.
And then Renee in third, yeah.
Excellent.
So where did Bradley Ward did come through? So he's just
Yes,
he's
he
that car that
went
just came through.
Yep.
So it looks like
The
he
bright
might be
orange.
getting that advantage. It's only a 10-point gap difference to the end of the year.
Yep.
So
it's absolutely crucial that the Perfects get the car on the wheels and get their laps in today
Yep.
if they want to maintain the championship. And they don't need to be told that, I assure you. They know. They know. They are pulling all hands on deck to get that car going again, I'm sure. You can see the top 5 cars have separated themselves from the rest of the pack. They are running, putting a nice cushion here.
Yep.
So those top 5 guys, barring a setback, are the 5 that are going to be in it to win at this point.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Caleb coming through next, the 1631.
And again, starting from behind, he could be sneaking up on these guys, but he's going to have to come through here really quickly to stay on pace. And
There he
as we
is.
speak of him, here he comes.
And he has a lot of clean air
got
right
a
now.
lot of
So
clean
it's
And you love to see that as a driver, because that means, if your crew is radioing to you, knowing, hey, here's your physical gap. Okay, I can push really hard and have no consequences. Basically, I see everything that's in front of me. Is in the dust. I mean, you know as well as I do.
Yep.
Things change so rapidly in dust. I mean, even when you pre-run.
Yeah,
and you're in the dust, it
you
adds a
second
whole
guess
layer of
yourself
complication.
Yeah. So it looks like our drone here at Main Pit
Might
is
be
getting a
parked.
battery change right now. And the other one, I don't know if they got it back and running. So
We're a little out of
we might
focus too, I think.
we might be short on some video right now, and the Starlink definitely is
Starlink's
taking
working
a lag,
hard today.
So yeah.
What a way. What I mean, I don't think anybody saw that coming out, how crucial Starlink would be to changing off-road racing. Chad Cummings coming through our first 12 car.
Yep, lead 12 car should bump him up in the overall for the heat.
And our first UTV right behind him, Craig's.
So Chad is 7th overall on the heat now, working his way through the 1600 cars.
Jeremy Craig
in the UTV. Just bumped Caleb and Chad on the overall for the heat. So he's running 6th overall.
Very impressive. How are his lap times compared to the 1600 cars?
So we're looking at, so his first lap was pretty slow, but again, he's working through the pack
Traffic,
dust.
yep.
But he had a 17:11 his first lap. Second lap, he's at a 16:51. So still behind.
Yeah, that's still shaved
top,
off 20 seconds.
Yeah, still behind the top 1600 cars, but still
very competitive pace.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fast.
So, and then just to let everybody know, the top 6 1600 cars improve. Every single one of them improved their time.
Wow,
pretty significantly. We're talking 20 seconds almost. Wow. So from lap 1 to lap 2. So it looks like as things spread out, it's definitely getting faster. Probably as the edges get broken down of the washes. Once the square edge gets broken down, it's going to get faster.
Absolutely. So I just got breaking news from on the side of the course. Tim Craig actually rolled on this last lap trying to get around Brody Martin
Oh,
at mile 10.5. Luckily, he landed on his wheels and was able to keep going. But that's how Daniel Dean must have gotten around him.
Got to buy.
So
Interesting stuff. When you do roll these cars, it doesn't mean that you're out of the race. These cars are built pretty sturdy,
they're
and
very resilient.
and
They're very
getting back
resilient
on your
cars.
wheels is definitely a key to getting moving forward. We got 1608.
Lance Gross. That's an older car as well. I love seeing that car. That's Hank Winter's old single seat Bunderson.
Okay.
And that's a car that has won multiple Best in the Desert championships. So it's a quick car, it's a light car, but it hasn't been out and about for I'd say probably the last 7 or 8 years. Renee Maldonado coming through. You talk about a guy who's just consistently gotten better through the course of the season. It's Renee Maldonado. He's a guy who's trying to surround himself with some smart people. He's got Lorenzo from WR Trans helping him out, Lorenzo Rodriguez. So again, somebody who's very knowledgeable to be in your ear, giving you pointers, telling you, hey, do this, don't do that. That's so crucial to learning this class and kind of shortening that learning curve, you know?
Yeah, and that's what. Speaking of, did he step up from class 11 or out of a? Did he come from a different class?
I don't think so. I think to my understanding, I think he came out to help a friend and was like, I got to do this.
And
then I think it was for Christmas either last year or 2 years ago. His wife went out and bought him the car. I'm pretty sure that's the story I heard.
That'd be a great
Which you love to
Christmas
hear
gift.
that, right? I mean, you know, you see all those TV commercials of the husband coming home with a big red bow on a Mercedes, and if getting the big red bow on the 1600 car is much better, I'd say.
We got 1282, Doug Imhoff. So it looks like Doug is taking over the second spot for the class 12. So on time, he's ahead of John Cox, but physically he's still running third. So that class it seems to be pretty close. Chad's walking away a little bit. But the guys are second and third. They're right on top of each other time-wise. And then we have a small gap, but we'll see what happens next lap and see if it
racing
comes through.
amongst class 12. Our second UTV, 2971 coming through.
So that's going to be your first place 2900 UTV.
Gotcha. Separate classes. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
No. Yeah, you're good. So Bronson Jones, the 2900 class, I believe that's going to be that's turbo class.
Gotcha.
So those are the turbo engine or turbo powered UTVs. The Craigs are in the unlimited class.
Unlimited UTV. Gotcha. So there's unlimited UTV, there's turbo, and then there's naturally aspirated,
yes.
correct?
Yeah.
And I think we have our first naturally aspirated car coming through right now. That thing almost sounded like it had a gearbox in it.
I believe it. I think those cars are set up to do that.
Interesting.
But
I thought it was just a belt.
put some questions out there.
Yeah, I know somebody in the chat's got to know. Chat, you gotta fill us in. UTV's running real tight together. We got our next one here, the 3929.
So 3929, that's going to be your second place unlimited. We're back to Dakota Harkseger.
And 2991.
2991, back to your turbo class. That's going to be your second place turbo, David Knight. So again, this is nice to see the UTV class to start to develop out here. Cody typically didn't have too many UTVs before. So hopefully this trend kind of keeps up, especially with his interesting schedule next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of moving to Glen Helen for 2 weekends. And then he's going to team up with Legacy in Laughlin for a weekend. And then do one race out here in Barstow and one race in Lucerne.
Correct.
So two desert race, kind of stepping away from desert racing a little bit, giving everybody a break. But I believe it's the trend right now is the short course stuff or the shorter style racing over the weekend.
And I think, 1651 coming in right now. Moctezuma keeping his nose clean. I think it comes down to simple economics. For a lot of people, Glen Helen is a 40-minute drive.
Yep.
It's an easy race to spectate. Bring the family out, bring your coworkers, your friends, whatever. So it provides great racing. So I see why Cody made the decision. Whereas, it could be, again, you go back to economics, it might be a little more expensive for a family to get out to the desert with trailers and RVs and fuel
And then not to
all
mention
that
the
stuff.
support and all the
Exactly.
pitting and
Then you
that.
got to bring trucks
Yep.
out. Yeah. So yeah, I see why. The one that really piqued my interest was that legacy mashup, and I always love seeing two organizations teaming up to put on a better race. Because ultimately, generally, you get more cars and you get a better show. It makes the competition all go up. So and Legacy they're a first class organization. They put on a great race, um, and I think it's going to be fun to see because they do cater to a lot of the unlimited teams, the UTV teams. It's going to be fun to see a lot of these grassroots guys come out and how they do on those types of courses. So it should be interesting.
Yeah, looking forward to that one next year. And then kind of leading up to it, I believe the first race of the year is in January.
January 17th on the backside of Barstow near Slash X.
Okay, and that's going to be the normal Cody two loop race.
I believe so.
Constant
yeah.
action all the time. And
So he
so
sets the course up like a figure eight, and where the eights connect is main pit, and you run on the north course. Then you do your laps there, and then you switch over to the south course in the afternoon, and you flip flop.
yep, after you have some lunch.
After you have some lunch,
and
hopefully
refuel
you're
the
not
car.
fixing your car. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting formats that Cody's ran over the years, but I think it makes it more family friendly, makes it maybe a little bit less stressful, but at the same time, some people are probably more stressed about it. But
I think just with everything, there's pros and cons to it. I know one of the big things that Cody was his aim in having these different heats and splitting north course and south course is safety.
Yep.
When you have a 6,500-pound trophy truck going 110, 120 miles an hour, catching up to a class 11 car doing 40 miles an hour, the closing speed can be very dangerous.
Yes.
Especially if you don't see them. So I think that was my assumption is that safety was a big part of it, and it just makes sense. And it as a racer of a limited car, it gives me peace of mind knowing I don't have to keep my eyes open for a trophy truck coming behind me. It's just the guy in my class.
Yeah, you're racing somebody similar speed, similar size.
Exactly.
So it's definitely a lot safer.
100%.
Kind of the downfall with that though is the sportsman trucks, the bigger sportsman trucks are still racing with the unlimited guys, where you could still see a little bit of conflict there possibly if they're in the same heat, but most of the time those sportsman guys are still pretty fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the beautiful thing about off-road is that when you take something like the sportsman class, it's run what you brung. It's guys that were figuring things out in their garage, and I think off-road is one of the only motorsports where you see that happen. Maybe Spec Miata might be another one, but
yep.
It's a great part of the culture to have cars and trucks built in a garage and come out here and compete. But yeah, I mean, there is, obviously some, be them, a lot of those guys in the afternoon being trucks, getting lumped in with the other trucks. Yeah, the closing speeds can be sketchy. But again, I mean, there's still less total cars on course. That helps.
Yep. Yeah, and again, it's safety factor, and that's good. The last two UTVs that just went by, we had 2977 of Jeremiah Wagner. He's currently running third in the turbo class, and then just now 2963 of Connor Huffman, running fourth in the UTV class. So Connor, his time's improved dramatically from one lap to the other. Jeremiah, he slowed down a bit, but maybe those two coming in the next heat will be a good race.
Yeah, absolutely. You love to see somebody, overcome a problem. Maybe that's why they had a long first lap is had an issue and maybe got it figured out, and now they're able to get back on pace.
Yep. And then this, I believe, is 2990 of Jaden Voigt. That's gonna round up your UTV turbo class.
It looks like we have a naturally aspirated 1927 DK Racing.
So 1927, that's Michael Kincaid. So he is running second place in the NA class. So, but it seems like that Blake Milliot, gosh, I'm going to butcher that name, but
Don't
Miliate.
take it personal, everybody. We're trying our best. We are due for Mr. Cockrell to be arriving
Coming
here
in.
any minute now. And it's interesting because now he's going to start catching up to lap traffic. So it's going to be, and there he is right now. Absolutely pushing to the maximum of that car.
Let's see how consistent he stays. So a little bit slower of a lap, but that could just be the lap traffic. Now he's starting to hit the dust, and it's going to affect him.
Well, and I think, one of those things, it's you only want to push as hard as you absolutely have to.
Yep.
So, again, with, knowledge and being such a strong part of the racing, I'm sure he probably got the call of, hey, you've got 20, 30 seconds in hand.
Yeah.
Pace yourself. Just sit. If they start creeping up on you, we'll let you know. You can pick the pace back up. Now he's managing.
Yep.
That's all he has to do right at this point is manage. Because he knows, ultimately he's got all the cars behind him that can catch him on time. But that's what's so crucial about having a good pit crew is being able to get those accurate splits so you know exactly where you stand.
Definitely.
And we have Daniel Dean got around Brody Martin. So there they come, 2 and 3 real close together, 1686 and 1600. Extremely close racing.
So there we go, 1686. Daniel Dean put up the fast lap for lap 3 so far.
And Tim Craig right behind him.
Craig.
The car looks really good considering he tipped it over.
Yeah, the roof's still there. It's bent a little bit, but at least it's still there.
Yeah, it's still hanging on.
Then we got 1257 rolling through.
And we got one of our Wildcats as
Kenneth
well.
Greenfield. Here comes a Wildcat.
1902.
There you go. 1902 is going to be your third place in a car so far. Here comes your next 1600 car. So kind of sticking to the same order. Minus
everybody's
Daniel
still
Dean picked up a
Daniel
spot.
picked up a spot, but I could be wrong, but it looks like Brad may have picked up the pace a tick on that lap. He looked to be a little bit closer than. He's got a UTV coming in right behind us here.
Getting something, a little voice to Cody. Go talk to him or report something.
Report something, maybe a spectator on course. I know Cody's always appreciative of those types of things.
Yep. So it looks like he is pulling off course.
Maybe that's an unfortunate message to have to deliver. Maybe we're done.
So 1963 of Timothy Moore.
Yeah,
so
it looks like he's pulling around, going back to his pit. Unfortunate.
So he does have time to kind of fix things or make adjustments, and then
Hopefully
get ready for tomorrow. And it'd be nice to see him back
even
out.
so, with a 2-hour heat, maybe it's possible to fix something today and click a few more laps off. You always want to try to maximize that as best as you can.
Yep. All right, so popping over kind of just to take a glance at the 1600 class right now. The time difference, so corrected time or unofficial corrected time.
Corrected.
Justin Cockrell is leading Daniel Dean by 17 seconds.
It's close.
Yeah.
That's real close. It's closer than I thought as well. Justin does have that little gap, and Caleb Marshall pushing still. He's coming in right now, and I think he's again real close to keeping pace with these lead guys.
So the car looks good. Looks clean.
Great.
Again for going over and qualifying.
Hey, get the mistake out of the way early and press on.
Yep. So he's still running 6th, but he's inching his way closer.
Yeah, 17 seconds is not a lot of time.
No.
That's one blown corner. That's hitting a G out wrong and kind of sends you off into the bushes. That's one decent mistake from getting caught. So the racing is very tight.
So definitely with the way that things start, because everybody's a staggered start, so 15 seconds apart between each car. So that's why if cars are like, if we say Cockrell and Dean are only like 3 seconds apart, it doesn't mean that they're 3 seconds
They're
from
not
bumper to
physically
bumper.
3
Yeah.
seconds apart.
So
It's 3
we
seconds
have
from
start time to go in effect on this, but every individual car has its own start time
correct.
and finish time, and then it's the lowest time is the what's scored. And so here's our first place
Jeremy Craig, Unlimited UTV.
So he's still motoring pretty good, matching times with the 1600 cars now. So actually he pulled it was a 1620.
That's pretty quick.
So I think that's the second fastest time of the day, or of the heat.
Of the heat.
With Cockrell having the fastest lap so far at 1606. Yeah. So, but he hasn't been able to match that. That was just a quick clean air lap that he had to click out and get out in the lead. And then here we have 1246, Chad Cummings.
Chad Cummings, first class 12 car coming back through.
So good call on Cody starting the 1600s in front of the 12 cars. Because right now Chad is running, he just ran a 1721, but very consistent times there. It's 1712, 1720, 1721.
Yeah.
So
I think when you got this, it's a 1600 shootout and you have this many cars and this much money up for grabs, it makes sense to let those guys go out in front, and if you're fast enough to catch and pass them, then go for it. But you want to give those guys a fair shot to have the cleanest races they can.
Yep. It looks like we have a camera back up, but
it looks like right here at start finish we have a camera up.
Yeah, it's right next to us, and it's going to be pointing down course. It's a camera on the ground. The drone, I guess we're having issues with the drone. So unfortunately, it looks like we lost our air view of the north end of the course, but we'll see what we can pick up from this drone that we do have over here. And it looks like right now that's going to be Jeremy Craig in the
Jeremy
UTV.
Craig in the Unlimited UTV. The car's working great. Working great.
Yeah, I wish we can get a little bit closer, but with the drone pilot told me this morning that he has to keep an eye's reach of the drone. So
gotcha.
Anything around the hill,
no dice.
Yeah, we don't want to lose another camera here. So definitely keep that in perspective. That this drone is currently probably flying about maybe 100 feet above race course.
Got a yellow flag right there on the course. Oh, somebody tipped over.
Looks like.
Hard to tell who. I wonder if that might be. They just tipped
It looks
him back
like a
over.
UTV.
It looked like a yellow roof. I'm not sure.
So maybe that was the Wildcat that just went through.
Maybe. Make that hard 180 left there. Start heading north into the hills. It's about mile 2 1/4. And then this section up to the first road crossing is flat out. Maximum speed. Right up to here. Then you get this nasty cross grain section. Check up for those. Jeremy's doing a great job. And you back on the gas start heading up the hill. So that point where you cross the course there is the lowest point of that part of the desert.
Mm-hmm.
So everything kind of floods to that point, which is why you get that crosswash in there. And then past that, you start heading up the hill to the north end of Barstow.
Yeah, headed out towards now he should be almost to race mile 3.
Correct.
At this point. So wow.
Impressive. We've got the drone
getting the drone going that far out.
Lance Gross coming in. 1608, running very consistently today. I believe a newcomer to the class, so he's putting down a great performance. Doesn't look like he's making any mistakes. And he's in there by himself too. He's a single seat car, so good to see him keeping his head on his shoulders and just doing what he can to just keep putting laps in.
Yep. Then we have John Cox, 1248. Not sure what he was doing there as he was pulling in, but.
And there's Doug Imhoff. So tight racing in Class 12 for P2 and P3 right here.
So kind of with this momentum that's going on with Doug Imhoff, he has officially taken or unofficially taken the second place spot from John Cox, but maybe next lap he can take the actual physical
And
position.
there's something to be said for physically holding position. So maybe John can fight back, and sometimes when you try to force a pass on someone and get around him, that's when mistakes happen. So maybe that's John's strategy is, hey, if I can stay in front of this guy, I can maybe force him into a mistake, and vice versa. That might be what Doug is thinking as well. Is if I could apply the pressure, maybe I can force him into a mistake, and then I assume track position as well.
All right, another UTV
coming in. I believe this is our Honda. It is 1999.
So that's our first place NA car coming in.
And 2971 right behind him.
And our first place turbo car. So that's good out of class battle going on.
Absolutely.
Make things interesting for this
Tyler,
lap.
You've done this for quite a long time. Sometimes the best battles are against people outside of your own class.
Yes.
You have nothing to gain by beating each other, but the competitiveness takes
You
over.
just want to do
and
it.
you just got to get around the guy, and it's funny how that works out. And it's funny because that's when you end up making really good friends with people who you wouldn't normally talk to or have a lot in common with as far as a race goes.
Yeah, and it makes it interesting too, because sometimes on the tighter courses you just gotta make the move to do it, even though and take the risk.
Yeah,
of,
absolutely.
If they're outside your class, take the risk to pass
You
just
know?
to get some clear air and try to get ahead of somebody that possibly could be slowing you down in that section, but maybe you're faster here and they're faster
There's
there.
trade-off everywhere, right? There's trade-off everywhere.
And that's the bummer part, because you do lose time when those situations do happen.
You do. You hemorrhage time.
Yeah.
You got to make passes quickly and efficiently to keep going. 39-29, our second place unlimited UTV. And here we go. Good to see the perfects running again.
There we go.
16-10 back on their wheels, completing their second lap. So off pace, but still running. So championship hopes are alive and strong for them.
So yeah, long second lap, 42 minutes to get that car back up and running.
It's
So
it's a good chance the driver and co-driver were not able to upright the car themselves.
Yep.
They ended up having to wait for somebody to get out to them to get the car. And then, of course, once you get the car, you got to make sure there's still oil in the motor and everything is the way that it should be. And then, then you can carry on.
Yep. And then a lot of times in the 1600 cars, when you do go over, it tends that you could get rocks or dirt into the belt area.
Yep.
And it tends to flip the belt. And then when the belt flips, it kicks.
Yep.
And so that maybe it was that same situation.
Exactly. It could have been, they could have gotten going and go 100 yards and crap, we threw a belt, so it happens, and it's funny because we have two different examples of these cars flipping today, and Tim Craig and Brooke Perfect. And like I said, I think one landed on their wheels and one didn't. And there's very, very different races as a result.
Yeah. And as we watch both cars go through behind us on their way north, up and over the hill across the way from the pit section. So definitely a good setup for viewing from the pits for the pit support and families that are over there. And let's see if there's any. We have some stragglers in here, but it seems like the 1600 class, majority of them are still on the lead lap.
Very strong. We're waiting on Giddy.
Yeah, it looks like Giddy only completed the first lap. We didn't see him a second time. And then Brooke just finished her second lap. And then
should get
possibly the 1651.
They were moving. The car looked good as well. So I imagine they're still moving. I know they are new to the class, so there's a learning curve. Figuring out how best to utilize those cars and make them do what they're supposed to do. And so I think that the only way to do that is to get seat time.
Let's see. So getting some text messages from some people that are watching that I'm familiar with. Kind of to answer that, Christy Brooke ended up rolling the car over. We're not sure what exactly happened, but they are back going again. Just a bit there. It seems like they're over a lap behind.
Yeah.
But they just need to stay to the finish and get all their laps
Get your
in
laps in.
and get the
That's
points
the most
and
important
just
thing at this
continue
point.
things forward at this time.
When something like this happens, you go from I'm winning this race mentality to I need to finish this race. It's a survival thing at that point, because if you're in a championship fight, a DNF is a backbreaker.
Yep.
It really is. So you need to I need to be smarter about this. I need to have no more mistakes. Because there's a time limit, right? So if you have another big mistake and you time out, you don't finish your laps, you don't get your points. So now you go into survival mode, protection mode. You probably run much more conservatively than you would if you were chasing a win.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Here we go. Another UTV.
2977.
Yes, that's what I was like, is it 1977 or 2977? So Jeremiah Wagner coming in for the end of his third lap.
Low budget racing on the side of that car, and I've never related to something I've ever seen so much. 2963.
So Connor Huffman coming back through. Looks like that's a close battle for third and fourth in the turbo
Great.
class.
Love to see a close battle, especially as the race goes on. Sometimes classes tend to spread out. And here comes Justin Cockrell already coming back in. What are we doing?
Oh, Cody's talking to him. Okay,
I
it
think
sounds
Cody
like
just
it's
told him to slow down at the road
Yep.
crossing.
So it's a warning there. So just letting the driver know that he's
The referee throwing a flag on the play. That's all right.
Yep. So no, there shouldn't be a penalty at this time. But
yeah,
if
I
it
mean, I think
consistently
that's
happens
at the
again,
discretion of the race director and,
Yep.
and how they want to handle the situation. It could be a one warning and done, and that's it.
and then hey, who knows? With all these new cameras, everybody better start
Yeah.
being careful.
Wow, Daniel Dean
making up
already
some
here,
time.
making up some time. He got some clean air, and he's making the best out of it.
And
Brody Martin's
Brody's
still
staying
hanging
behind
right
him.
with him. He's pacing him.
So when I wonder from their perspective, their eye level, can they see Cockrell going northbound?
I think they
the race
can,
course is
yeah.
pretty close right here.
I think they can, yeah. On those switchbacks, you can see him.
There's Tim Craig.
Tim Craig still hanging in right there. These P2, P3, P4 all maintaining about the same gap as the last lap.
Yep. And it looks like Tim
Excellent fight.
has gotten Brody on time right now. So for the going out onto the last lap, time is not Brody's friend.
Yeah. And it's one of those things is Brody hasn't raced that car in almost a year. So there is maybe some rust there that needs to be knocked off. Clearly he's still running a strong pace, but it's a game when you're at the sharp end of the field, it's a game of seconds.
Yep.
We should get
So it looks like it's not Lance Gross, but Bradley Ward is on the screen below us on the lower right hand.
And here he comes
coming
right
into
now
the
behind us.
finish. So nice shot of a car coming into the finish, and then you should see quickly on the left side possibly a car that jumps through. So Bradley Ward is going to be your fifth car on time right now.
And it's interesting is you see, Justin had the fastest 2 laps to start the race. Now Daniel Dean has put together 2 really quick laps on 3 and 4. He's now putting the fast laps together back to back. So this 5th lap could be a real determining factor of who clinches this today.
So the next one in should be Caleb Marshall. If not, Chad Cummings. I think Caleb is ahead of Chad now.
So, yes.
And so Caleb should be the next open wheel car, open wheel buggy. We might have a UTV mixed in there, but we'll have to kind of see, wait and see.
Great shot of Brad Ward there on the bottom right on the drone. Again, just precision, treating it like a slot car. I love it diving off to the left to get, again, we talked about it. It's a game of seconds. So you see him take an alternate line there and jump back into the main line. That saves him maybe a second, maybe a half a second, but it's you do that, 20, 30 times over a lap, and all of a sudden you've gained 20, 30 seconds, right? So that's the kind of things where most people would be like, oh, that doesn't save any time. I know it's only a second or two. Well, those things matter. Right?
Yeah,
Especially when you're trying
in
to
these
win.
types of race cars, they do. It's a game of inches.
It is. It is. It really is.
Here we go. Got
Caleb Marshall
coming in hot.
and car sounds awesome.
So he's another guy that rolled the car over qualifying. They turned around, cleaned it up.
Yeah, he's putting it together today. He's putting together a nice, clean run. He should be really happy with himself.
So still running sixth on time.
But you know what? It could be, again, when if you were to make a mistake like that in the morning to come back and be like, hey, I'm top 6, and you look at the times and you go, well, I'm within striking distance of the handful of guys in front of me. Hey, maybe tomorrow I take 1 or 2 more chances than I would have today, right?
Which would make things even more interesting.
Absolutely.
16 cars are definitely not forgiving.
No.
When you step out just a little.
No.
You need some luck going on your side when you make those decisions.
It's like now I've never known from experience, but I equate it to like trying to hang onto a bowl for 8 seconds, right? I mean, there's not a lot of room for error. Great shot of Caleb here. Again, you see that same line that Brad Ward just took off to the left. Caleb stayed in the main line. Maybe hemorrhage a little bit of time making that right to go up and over that hill there.
And I believe there's 1 or 2 pretty big holes
on the
main line.
As
you go
come
into the corners.
Coming into the corner, there's some good holes, and then coming over the backside of it too. If you go too far, you end up pogo sticking into a nice big hole on the bottom side. So there's definitely a rhythm you need to find. And looks like Giddy Gallant coming in. Good to see him still putting laps in.
Yep. And it looks like he's going to pull off for the day.
Yep. Could have an issue or figure something out. So again, the top cars have separated themselves. I do see Chad Cummings coming in right now, our lead 12 car.
Still running some consistent lap times there, but again, it's playing smart. Save the car a little bit for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And he's slowing down a bit, but he's already done what he needed to do and got out front.
Yep. You've done these 2-day races before, Tyler. What is it for you when you get done at the end of the day? Say you've had a clean day. Anything you adjust or change on the car? Do you like to re-prep things or check over things, or do you like to leave well enough alone and mentally maybe get into a place where you can relax and come back fresh?
You definitely look the car over, check for cracks. You do your due diligence to make sure that you can keep everything on. If you're a guy that has the parts supply and the money to do the rebuild and you have the time and the people around you to help, then you kind of do. You go shoot through that and you get the new car going. So that way you have fresh miles on it. But most of the time in kind of majority situations, everybody usually just does the crack check and make sure that nothing broken or bent, and send it the next day.
Yep.
And depending on your time situation, if you fell behind too much on the first day, you might take risks on the
Yeah.
second day to try to make that up. And
Maybe it's, hey, we don't, we're not running a tool bag. Let me take that 10 pounds of weight
Yep.
out of the car. We pumped an extra 6 gallons of gas out. I'm only going to run X amount tomorrow as opposed to Y amount today. So there's little things that you can do, right? And but yeah, my mentality as well is I also don't want to overthink things. I'm a big
Yep.
overthinker. So, I'd hate to have a good car and then you talk yourself into changing a setup or doing something, and then there's no way to test really, right? So then
Yeah.
you go out and then you find out real quickly, oh, I've gone in the opposite direction.
yeah,
So there's a delicate balance. You gotta toe that line of what's good and kind of what makes sense for your program. But yeah, it's always an interesting strategy of who does what.
Yeah, and I've seen guys take shocks off cars and readjust them
Yeah.
and take them apart, rebuild them, and revalve them, that type of
I've
stuff.
seen
And it's
people
just
change transmissions between days,
Yeah.
as I want different gearing for day 2 than I do day 1. And whew, okay, I might change tire pressure. I might,
Yeah.
that's kind of one of my things. It's I always hate, like, man, I'm so regimented in how I like to test and race that I'm so like, man, if it doesn't work, I'm gonna be so
Just
so
screwed.
mad at myself,
Yeah,
that I wouldn't be even able to focus.
yeah, and it's interesting to kind of hear when racers start talking together, and I know everybody's not going to tell each other their secrets or what their kind of bread and butter is, but people do tend to like share a little bit, help each other out, get things going. I know that we were helped out when we stepped into the class a whole bunch. We didn't get everybody's secret, but we continued on right there.
It looks like one of our class 12 cars maybe got around a UTV there on the drone shot.
Yep.
UTV was polite enough to move over for him. You love to see that. It's great sportsmanship.
So, but yeah, and it just comes back to the 2-day racing thing. It's nice because you can reset.
Yeah.
And
even if you have a bad day 1, you can, okay, let's recollect. Let's just go out and have fun day 2. Let's see where we stack up and get after it, right? It's one of those things. It's funny you mentioned, sharing setup, and helping competitors out. I would make the argument. Looks like John Cox coming in class 1248. I would make the argument, off-road racing might be one of the few sports where competitors do actively share setup and try to help each other out. Tight racing here.
Yep. It looks like Doug couldn't get by him on the last lap, so he's
still chasing him physically behind, but ahead on corrected time unofficially.
Now, in this situation, do you just sit there and just follow the dust, or do you pass him?
If we're 5 laps in, I see no reason to take a risk. I have him on time.
Just follow him.
Just follow him in. Keep him within an arm's reach, and that's it. And there's no reason to take a risk. Lance Gross coming in 1608, then our 1999, our first naturally aspirated UTV. And correct me if I'm wrong, we have not seen Jeremy Craig come through, have we?
No, I think this is going to be our first UTV overall.
Wow. So we lost our turbo leader and our overall our unlimited UTV leader in the last lap.
Yep.
So drama unfolding. Barstow will do what Barstow will do.
Yeah, so both Jeremy and Bronson did not come through yet as of this lap. But let's see if maybe they tangled. UTVs are definitely easy class to tangle.
Yeah.
Slight miss shift.
I was going to say, we heard somebody missed the shift. Renee Maldonado coming in.
Still in the same position there. So it seems like 1600 is kind of like we have a shakeup in between 3 and 4 now. So that there's a battle there between Tim Craig and Brody. We'll see how that folds out come here to the finish.
2971. That's our unlimited or our turbo leader coming through.
So Bronson Jones.
Yeah, the 1600 class, Justin's physically been out front all day. And then Daniel Dean starting fourth to be now running physically second shows what a charge he's putting on.
Yep.
Obviously with Tim Craig making that bobble again, and he's still right there physically. So
Yeah.
that just shows how tight the racing is, and Brody Martin's still right there.
We have a little battle over
going
here.
on screen,
So that's the Honda Talon that just jumped off course to get this pass.
going around
And
the
there he
1600
goes.
car. It's always
So-
a little bit anxiety inducing to jump into the bushes to make a pass. You never quite know what's waiting out behind that bush for you,
Let alone in it. Sometimes there's rocks.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. I believe our new leader in UTV Unlimited.
Yep. Our new unlimited UTV. $39.29 Dakota Harsager. Putting in some very consistent lap times.
It just goes to show, even on a short race like this, where the inclination might be to push very hard, sometimes consistency is key, right? And
Yep.
then it goes to show when Jeremy Craig dropped out, he had a stranglehold on this race. He was putting in consistently fast laps, but clearly had an issue. That's where that consistency can really pay off.
Yeah, so we should see Cockrell coming in about 2 more minutes to get the checkered flag on his final lap. So here comes the Brooke.
That's perfect. Yep, she's putting in a good lap right there. Car still looks good. Again, I don't know where they went over, but the car doesn't look beat up. The roof's not bent. Maybe missing a passenger side mirror.
It looks like the antenna's missing off the top.
So maybe, yeah, but otherwise.
So one of those fast floating rolls.
They could have been, yeah. Jeez. It's like Cody's out here getting the checkered flag ready. He knows there should be Justin, or our leader should be here soon. We assume it'll be Justin Cockrell, but you never know.
See, we got the drone flying back. Yeah, probably flying back to get some footage of Brooke. So then while we have some gap in time for the people that are watching at home, this is the M.O.R.E ProAm Desert Championship race. It's a 2-day event. Day 1 today, they're running a north loop from Outlet Center Drive out up to the College Hills in Barstow. Tomorrow, they're going to run a southern loop from Outlet Center Drive out towards Hodge Road. They're not going to go all the way to Hodge Road, but pretty close to it. Both tracks are close to 15 miles. So today it's around 13 miles, just over 13 miles. Tomorrow we're looking at 15 miles or 14.
I mean, it's closer to 14.
Okay, so 14 miles tomorrow. A little bit more time. They're going to run a few more, or they're going to run one more lap.
Correct.
For every class.
Tomorrow's a longer race.
Yep. So we're able to. This morning we had qualifying that started at 7 o'clock this morning, and then the first heat took off at 9:30. Tomorrow morning, the first heat is going to start at 7 a.m. So we have Class 11, Class 9, 5, 1600, and 1300 class are at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, followed by 12, 16, and UTVs at 9:30.
Here we go. We have our turboed UTV and Justin Cockrell coming in right behind him. So I'm curious if he hemorrhaged any time.
Yep.
Cockrell's
so
pulling
Cockrell
off.
Got it.
All done. Physically first. Great run by Justin.
So close by. Here's
Daniel Dean. And I venture to say I think Daniel Dean may have gotten him on time today.
It's going to be close.
Because they started about a minute apart, 45 seconds apart. So it's going to be real close.
Ooh. And here comes Brody.
Brody Martin. Great run by him.
Tim Craig right behind him.
Wow. Top 4 cars coming in
race.
within a minute of each other. And correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler, but it looks like that passenger side rear tire may have a little bit of a wobble to it. Is that just my eyes, or?
I did not get a good look at it. So
he may have been fighting a bent wheel.
Okay.
The 2990. Turbo UTV going out for their last lap.
Believe that's okay. So the 2990 is that's gonna be third place. The Turbo UTV. So now we got our top 4 1600 cars in.
We should get Bradley Ward here any minute now. He should be here real soon.
Yep. So within the minute.
Love to see everybody shaking hands at the finish line.
So couple great shots going on right there of everybody.
This is exactly what we're talking about. Here comes Brad Ward, right behind the 2977 making their starting their last lap.
Yep.
Great run by Brad Ward.
So the next 1600 car in should be Caleb Marshall. We're going to have about 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, he should be finishing.
Yep.
So, and with the picture that you guys are seeing of the 1600 cars and the guys talking after the race, it's Justin Cockrell was the first car. He led all day physically. Daniel Dean actually might have pulled it off in the end. It looks like he got him by
close. It's going to be real close.
Within 20 seconds of each other. So definitely going to be interesting with that one. And is that?
So I see Daniel Dean. I see Brody Martin. It looks like Ezra Eberts was riding with Brody.
Okay.
Cole Harden riding with Daniel.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask.
Yep.
Was Cole driving or was he riding?
Cole was riding. What's funny is that Daniel used to ride for Cole
and
in his 1600
they switched
car.
spots.
So they switched spots. But I love to see Cole come back because even though he's racing a spec truck now, the guy gets into a 1600 car, whether it's driving or riding, whenever he gets the chance. You know, so it just shows that how much love people have for this class.
Yeah, and it's definitely the Deans bought that car from him. So
no.
Oh, they didn't?
No. So that car, the Hardin Romo car, ended up in the hands of Cole Brandt.
Okay.
So Daniel's car is its own. He got built from Romo. I believe they finished it in-house. But the chassis was built by Roberto Romo out of Mexicali.
Wow. Okay. So here's Caleb Marshall coming in.
Great run by Caleb. Way to stay clean.
Looks like so far he's going to stick in the number 6 spot.
Yep.
So, but not bad for his first run in that car.
Yeah. Great day, especially considering how you start today. It's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And what a run by him this afternoon.
So, but we're still talking from first to 6th, less than 2 minutes.
That's nothing.
In between each
That's
other.
That's nothing. I mean,
so
what do you think about how
quick?
That's a commercial break when you're watching TV at home.
Yeah.
That's nothing, you know?
That's a good group of racers right there.
Yeah, that's tight racing.
All right. It sounds like Cody's going to grab some drivers and bring them over here. So that way, and I'm going to step away a little bit, let Brian do the interviewing and ask the questions and pick their brain a little bit. So, all right, we got the first one over here, Justin Cockrell. I'm gonna scoot aside and let him
Justin,
speak.
welcome in, bud. How are you?
In.
Justin, welcome.
Thank you.
How you feeling, buddy?
I'm all right.
You a little out of breath?
Yeah.
How? Tell me, how was the race? How was the course?
That was good. The course broke down quick by like end of lap 2. It was beat to hell, but it was good. We had a good clean run. I got screwed by lappers big time. I was catching UTV every single lap.
Yeah.
It seems like.
And well, and yeah, Tyler and I were talking about that. We knew lappers were going to start to come into factor pretty early on for you, and it looked like at the end of lap 2 is when it really started to catch up.
Yeah.
So interesting run. I guess the good thing was though they did let you start in front of the 12 cars, so that was nice.
Yep.
But yeah, any issues you had out there?
No, not really. Car was good all day. Right over here, mile 2, as you go around the mountain, I came up and over a rise, and there was 2 UTVs upside down. I just freaking locked them up, but just barely tapped into them. Had to back up and get around them. That was lap 4, starting 4, I think.
Jeez. So
6.
you actually came in. You actually ended up putting the car in reverse,
Yeah.
which if you race these cars, you do pretty much anything you can to avoid reverse at all costs.
Yeah, it's a tiny
It's
little
a
gear,
tiny
like that
little
big.
glass gear, so pretty wild. Man, that's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And then the course deterioration we were talking about, it broke down so quickly.
Yeah, there were spots I was ripping 4th up, pulling up a grade, and then by the lap 4, I would have to get down to 3rd just to keep moving.
Yeah. I mean, and that whole north side going up into the hills, it's that kind of soft gravel.
Yeah.
So it gets chewed up real quick. It sucks the power right out of the car.
Goes away quick. Yeah.
Absolutely. What do you plan on doing to the car this evening? Anything? Any plans to get ready for tomorrow?
I don't think so. I smiled at a few rims, so we'll probably have to change some tires. But other than that, it was good. Check everything over, tighten everything up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking like P1 or P2. We got to wait for the official time. It is really close, so we're going to see what happens.
Yep.
Let's see if we can get Daniel over here.
Okay.
All right, Justin, I appreciate you jumping on, buddy. Thank you. All right, so we're going to get a couple other of our drivers coming in right now. We'll do some quick finish line interviews. We have Daniel Dean coming in. Daniel, grab a chair.
Brian, what's happening?
How are you, buddy?
Good to see you, dude.
What a great run, man.
Thank you.
So tell me about your race.
We went as hard as we could.
It was apparent. It looked like you had picked off, by the end of lap 2, you had picked off 2 positions. It looks like you got around Tim and Brody.
Yeah,
so
Tim ended up on the downhill up in the foothills, like the very last part of it. Tim ended up getting spun around. I think he rolled his car. And so, but he landed on his wheels, and he was kind of coming back around, and we got around him, and then we chased Brody down for, I think, a full lap.
Yeah.
And then finally got around him.
Yeah.
He was in my bumper here.
Yeah. Where were you able to pass Brody at? Do you remember?
Yes, I do. There was probably like mile 7, 8, something like that, high speed. Got behind him. There was a hard right-hand corner. He kind of washed out, and I hugged it tight.
There you go.
That was it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was talking with Tyler Peterson, who was running the broadcast with me, and it really is a game of inches in this class. So it's one blown corner is track position minus 15 seconds of start time. So it really does make a big difference. It's going to be tight on times between you and Justin. By my clock, I think you do have the win today.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Yeah, so great run, man.
Thank you.
Especially coming from 4th. Was dust a challenge at all for you?
It was, yeah. We got into some stuff. I got behind some lap traffic, unfortunately, and I ended up bushwhacking for probably a quarter of a mile because I didn't want to hit him.
Sure.
And it was a 1 lane, and it was.
Your brother and I had talked about it as well, that today's course is not as conducive for passing,
right?
Where it's really quick and it's nothing too crazy technical wise. It is still single track, which means you're going into the pucker bushes to get around people.
Well, one of the things I would say the biggest challenges was coming into some of those wash corners. They got really deep. I bicycled probably 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, even in the Class 11 race this morning, they were bicycling. And that was before the course was getting chewed up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got a pretty skaty on top of the foothills, and that was probably where I lost the most time. Is I was just trying to be cautious. You don't want to slip down one of those things, and I almost did once or twice.
You go into a ravine and your day's over.
Exactly. Yep. So, but no, we had a good run. Cole called out all the corners. He did a phenomenal job. But yeah, it was just it was a good run, and pretty sure I broke the front springs, so might have to pull the front end
so,
apart.
and that was my next question: is what's on tap for tonight to get ready for tomorrow?
I'm gonna first try to put just some turns in it and just see if they took a set.
Yeah, if they take a set,
But
then great.
it's pretty loose right now. Rear end feels good, but the car got really loose towards the end of the race. But we're running light then. You know?
Yep, absolutely.
So we're gonna dump fuel, see what we ended up with, and then make sure we have enough for tomorrow.
Awesome.
But yeah, it was a good track. It was fun. Got really rough, but we had a good time.
So if you did end up winning today, that means you'd be starting pole position tomorrow. Beneficial for you, or do you prefer to kind of be the hound dog as opposed to the rabbit?
So I will say this: after qualified, when I saw fourth, I got really excited. So I do like chasing people down.
Yeah.
And if it was just in a draw and I had drawn fourth position, that would have been my best case scenario. Yeah. So Justin did get clean air all day, which is beneficial. But then you got to wonder, am I driving hard enough?
Absolutely. When you're out in front, you got to know, am I setting the proper pace? Is this appropriate?
Exactly.
And when to Justin's credit, being a single seater, you don't have somebody next to you telling you you're doing really good, or you need to pick up, or you need to slow down.
Yep.
You kind of just got to hope for the best and trust your instincts. So, you may sacrifice some weight advantage having a two-seater, but it's nice having that psychological peace of mind.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, going into this race, I kind of anticipated where the finishing positions would be, and I knew Justin was going to be very hard to catch, beat, whatever. He's a phenomenal driver, and hats off to him. He set a really gnarly pace. I was hoping it wasn't going to be that fast because I'm still trying to race again next weekend, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the old Mike Tyson thing. Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face.
Yep.
And, we're all really competitive. That's why we do this. So, that green flag drops and you want to go. You want to go win. We don't come out here to go have fun. I mean, we have fun doing this, but we come out here to win.
Yeah, and I started to slow down just a little bit, and Cole's like, "What are you doing? Let's go." So I was like, "Okay, I guess I'm going faster."
It sounds like he's going to help you prep the car this week.
Yeah,
to get ready for next week.
Yeah, right.
Daniel, I appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Good luck, brother.
Thank you
I'll
so
see you
much.
tomorrow.
Appreciate
Okay.
it.
All right, sitting here with our third place finisher, Tim Craig. Good afternoon, Tim. Good to see you,
Brian,
buddy.
how are we doing?
How are you, man?
A little banged up.
I heard. I heard. I got Matt Evelyn texted in and said you tumbled over trying to get around Brody. So walk us through what happened and how it went.
Kind of playing it back in my head and just chased him up into the heights pretty good on his bumper. Probably one of two things, either too nice or too impatient. I should have either hit him and got him out of the way, or I should have just waited to get off that icy ledge. And we kind of come into a hard right-hander drop off the hill. And he kind of checked up for it. I was trying to anticipate getting to the inside of him. And he kind of checked up. I hit the brakes. It spun all the way around and started coming down the hill sideways, up on two wheels. I kind of caught it, started going the other way, and then up and over. I don't know how many times I ended up facing the wrong way, going uphill. Landed on my wheels, though. I haven't done that before, so I'm perfecting the roll.
That's nice. Yeah, you get a 10
that's
from
the veteran
judges.
points. That's 30 years of racing there. I haven't done that. So able to spin it around. Dean got around me right there. I know we were all running pretty close. And then maybe anger or something. They said I clicked off a couple of fast ones there at the end.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, even with your misstep, you're still P3 unofficially on our clock. But the top six all within 2 minutes of each other.
That's wild.
So I mean, that's what a testament to the class and to how hard you guys are running.
This is the toughest competitively in off-road racing, right? Like, and I've been from 9 to 16 to 10, driving some one car with the Wards now too, and there's nothing like how close this racing is. It's unbelievable. We're separated by, like a disadvantage or an advantage of weight or rider size or something like that is what splits us apart from being able to. I know I could catch these guys up in the hills, and then we'd come across this flat, and I'd watch them walk away from me again. You know what I mean? So I know I'm a little heavy. I know my car's a little heavy. Desert's usually where we shine because we can kind of overcome that. But car looks good. I got a leaking shock we're probably going to go take care of, and we'll see what we can do tomorrow. I think we're starting 2 at a time, P3. So
really, two at a time.
I think Cody said that 2 at a time. I'm not sure, but we'll see. So hats off to Dean. He ran a great race, and And I'm a little bitter at Brody right now, but I don't got no bad blood. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. It's a bad decision by me, or one way or the other. Too aggressive, not aggressive enough, or
yeah,
or
and
too
yeah,
aggressive.
and it's one of those things where that maybe 2-3 seconds of indecision
yeah,
changes
yeah.
things, right? Luckily you were able to recover really well.
It was the whole thing thinking I don't want to fly off the side of this ridge and be down on a goalie,
Yeah.
but I want to stay on his dust so I can get around him here real quick.
Yeah,
And that,
and even Daniel was saying when he got around Brody, all it was Brody blew a corner. He washed out
yeah,
maybe 10, 12 feet off the course, and that was enough for Daniel to get a wheel on him and get around him, and that
the
was
type
it.
of racing we have right now with these 1600, that's it. You know what I mean? We're back in the day. You used to talk about a flat tire, right? Like a flat tire would make a difference, and we're talking about one blown corner.
Yeah, now you sneeze wrong or you blink at the wrong time, and you're hemorrhaging a spot.
The old guy, I got my glasses. I reach up to try to adjust my glasses, and it's costing me a couple seconds. You know what I mean?
We got to get you some of those Kareem Abdul-Jabbar
something that
goggles.
straps around the back so it hangs tight. So yeah, no, great day. Thanks to all my family and friends and Cody, and this is the 10th Memorial race for my brother, so it's always awesome to come out here and be able to race with these guys and battle it out.
Yeah, absolutely, Tim.
Brian,
tremendous competitor. Always good catching up with you, my friend.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks.
Sitting here with our fourth place finisher, Brody Martin. Good afternoon. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good, man. So tell me about your race and what kind of went on out there for you.
We were going really strong. It was pretty dusty. Daniel caught us. We were staying with him for the most part until our brakes gave out. No brakes for most of the last lap. But other than that, we were really good. The car handled really well. Last time I drove it was Rage last year.
Yep, and I was going to ask you about it. You had a big tumble at Rage,
Yeah,
so okay, walk us through that. Does it, you're a younger guy. Do you come back with a sense of like, I got to get back on the horse, push this thing just as hard as I remember, or did it kind of live in the back of your head a little bit?
When I was coming up here, I was just gonna straight get it.
Yeah,
that's what I did. I held it wide open and through everything, and it was really fun.
Good.
I had a blast.
You guys had a great day. It looked like you had Ezra riding with you, so you had a very seasoned co-rider.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we were, I had Tyler Peterson up here. I think it was between the top 6 is 2 minutes.
Oh really?
So extremely close, racing.
Yep.
Yeah, and even the top 4, I think you guys are probably within 40 seconds.
Really?
So yeah, really
nice.
Close racing. What are you going to do to? Obviously, you said you have a brake issue. You get that fixed. What else do you plan on prepping overnight?
Honestly, just looking the full car over and making sure everything's fine. Leaf springs, rear arms, just everything. Hopefully go through the motor,
check,
make sure. Yes,
torn
everything.
boots, stuff like that. Yeah.
So double check and then hopefully get through tomorrow and get home, prep the car, and head out to Rage Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
So
all right, Brody, it was a pleasure chatting with you, man.
Yeah.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank
okay,
you so
good job
much.
today.
All right, sorry for that. So very minimal cars out on course right now. As we close out heat number 2. Cody's stepping away to start lining up for heat number 3. Heat number 3 to start at 1:30. So as of right now, we are still, the race series is on time. So while the interviews were going on, here's a recap of each class that's been racing. Class 12, top 3. We got 1246, Chad Cummins. 1282, Doug Imhoff. 1248, John Cox. Class 1600, 1686, Daniel Dean ended up with the day win, it looks like. 1623, Justin Cockrell. 1622, Tim Craig. 1600, Brody Martin. And then 1606, Bradley Ward to round out the top 5. For your UTV open class is going to be 3929, Dakota Harsager. For your turbo class, we're looking at 2971, Bronson Jones. 2963, Connor Huffman. And 2977, Jeremiah Wagner. It's going to be your top 3 for the turbo class. And then for your NA class, currently we have one finisher across the line, which is going to be your 1999, Blake Miliate. He might be your overall UTV. And then just waiting, seeing some unlimited vehicles pulling up for heat number 3. What we have coming up is we're going to have the unlimited trucks, the 6100 truck, the unlimited buggy, the 1400 Pro class. I'm not sure if anybody signed up for that, but that's on the list. Class 10. And then we have our 1400 class, which is going to be your sportsman truck, and your 2000 class, which is also sportsman truck. And the difference between them, I believe, is just leaf springs in the back and maybe horsepower. I'm not sure. Maybe we can get somebody to come in and explain the differences between those two classes. So here we go. This is going to be Giddy Gallon coming in for his, I think, the end of his 3rd lap. But at this point, everybody's just going to get a checker flag and be done for the day. That motor doesn't sound good as it came through. So appreciate everybody who's watching on YouTube right now. We know that this is not a normal King of the Hammers event, but we do appreciate the time and the equipment that Dave Cole has allowed us to utilize and his team to come out here and capture some shots of live racing at the M.O.R.E Pro-Am Desert Championship out here in Barstow, California. This is the last event for M.O.R.E for the year, which is a 2-day event. So if you guys are watching today and have nothing going on tomorrow, come on out to Barstow, California, off of Outlet Center Drive. Come watch some racing. Please, if you do come out, be mindful of the race course and stay. I believe we're required to stay a minimum of 150 feet off race course. We do have volunteers out helping, kind of doing the patrols and making sure that everybody's at a safe distance and respecting the rules that BLM has put in place for us to utilize the desert out here today and tomorrow. So please be respectful. All right, coming back, 16:10 across the line. After taking a spill early on, looks like they ended up finishing all their laps. Ending up 9th for the day. So it looks like we're waiting on 3 more racers out on course. So possibly 2. I don't know if one of them might not make it. So we'll see if this might put a small delay in our unlimited heat. So here comes one of our UTVs. This is going to be one of the Wildcats. 1902 of Derek Hudson. That's a second place finish for him in class. Finishing all 5 laps. So good for the weekend, good start. We should be seeing Kenneth Greenfield coming in here shortly in the 12:57. There, I believe I just saw him coming around the bushes. Hopefully he keeps driving in. Yep, there he is. Coming across the finish line. Looks like he got nerfed in the back. Hopefully everything's good over there. So we should have one more car on course, I believe. All right. Call it. Cody's gonna call up the unlimited trucks right now and the spec trucks, 6100s. So the first truck that you guys are looking at right there, that is going to be your trophy truck or your unlimited truck. And behind him is going to be, it looks like we have 3 of the spec trucks. So the difference there between the first truck and these next 3 is going to be the engine package. The trophy truck has an unlimited engine in it. They can do basically anything they want to it. The trucks behind them, they have to, it's like a 525 engine. They have to be tagged. So there's definitely a specific engine transmission package that you have to race, and then everything else, it could be unlimited or the same as the trophy truck. Behind them, you have one, it looks like one unlimited buggy. So again, this is going to be, it just has to be open wheel, independent suspension in the rear. And then starting behind him is going to be class 10. It looks like we have a small handful of those cars. So the class 10 car is going to be your Ecotech engine with kind of an unlimited suspension package. I don't think there's a limitation there. They have a max or a minimum weight that they can have. And there we go. Heat 3 is underway. So number 9, Vince Kloss, is off and running. So the time to beat right now is 16:03 for the fastest lap of the day. Let's see if these guys can do it. So 61:23 is the next one off the line. John Gilly. Cody's probably going to spread these guys out a little bit more. So 61:56. Don't have, that's going to be a late entry, so I don't have his name at this time. We'll get you guys updated as the day goes, or as the heat goes. This is going to be the last heat for the day. So this should be, I believe it's like a 3-hour time limit today per heat. 61:25. And it looks like Cody's doing a 30-second time gap between the unlimited classes. And this looks like, I don't know, it says all-wheel drive on the side, so maybe this is an all-wheel drive car. Unlimited buggy, all-wheel drive. Didn't sound too good off the start. Some engine issues. And then starting into our limited buggy class with the 10 car. Again, Ecotech engine. You can have a 5-speed, 6-speed transmission in it. Open gearing. But 1022 Byron Seed. Got 1060 of Ted Baker. I'm not sure if Ted is driving right now or if it's going to be Tim Morton. But both of them will pilot the car each day. And we got 1015 of Michael Wells. Here we have a 5 unlimited car. 520. We'll have to update you guys on the name later. Here's our first, let's see, 1455. It's going to be Mike Thomas. It's going to be your first 1400 truck. $14.49. David Barr. So again, I'm not too familiar with this class. I believe they have to have working doors. These are supposed to be pre-runner style trucks. $14.25. Sergio Gonzalez. And then we got 1418 of Ricky Scott. And 1434 off the line, Johnny Betlazar. Then our 2000 trucks, 2055, Kyle Thomas. (2006) Cesar Bacara. In 2037, Richard Oha. In 2007X, Tyler Pullen. Looks like this heat's going to be a bit more dustier than the last two. So everything's starting to dry out. The weather's warming up. 2069, Justin Lowe. 2086, Matthew Helton. And then here's our sportsman, our official sportsman class. So it's going to be 1350s is going to be the class name, but 1386. And then 1350. All right, here comes our last official finisher for heat number 2. $2,990. So some tight racing right off the start. Shown by our drone footage over there. Yeah, definitely going to be this is going to be a dusty afternoon for these guys. Going to make some interesting racing. So no drone cam on the north end. So heat 3 looks to show 22 cars or 22 vehicles are off the line. So as we have kind of some dead period behind me and on the cameras, the time to beat around is going to be 16 minutes, 6 seconds, put up by Justin Cockrell on his second lap. So it's not necessarily that the unlimited vehicles, even though that they have a whole lot more horsepower, they should beat them. But we'll see kind of what goes on, because Cody makes these courses tight and technical, and you typically doesn't. The larger vehicles don't get up to the full speed or their full potential of what they can actually do at some of these courses. But we do have some long runs here, and so they should be able to put up some time. So we should start seeing some good footage come by in about within 2 minutes, 3 minutes maybe. All right, you should see the first truck coming around the bend. Looks like it's going to be your number 9, Vince Close. Be your first trophy truck, or the only trophy truck. So he put up 15 minutes and 32 seconds to do this 13 and a half, 14-mile loop for today. Truck looks to be working pretty good. So pretty good gap that he's put on already. Up and over the hill, and if you can see right there on the left side of your screen, there's a little bit of dust and a small vehicle come down race course that looked like the second place truck. So that's possibly the third one right there. It's gonna be a good view of them coming in. So this looks like 6125, Kyle Shambler, followed by 128. And it looks like the driver of that car is Kyle Jurgensen. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting view if we can follow the two cars coming up. Looks like Kyle got the pass before the corner. Making it around as 6123 comes by on his first lap, in the first lap. So showing on screen though, it's you got Kyle Jurgensen in the open wheel unlimited buggy. And 6156 going through on his first lap. Kyle's he's a driver definitely that races in the other series, larger series, usually drives in the Camberg truck. But he's very familiar with this area. So expected that he is fast. 1022 through Byron Seed. And followed closely by Ted Baker, 1060. Good to see them out here, Ted and Tim Morton. And then we got 1015 of Michael Wells. Starting his second lap. Here comes your first 1400 truck. Looks like 1455, Mike Thomas. This should be 1449. David Barr finishing up his first lap. Then it sounds like our 5 unlimited cars coming. Maybe 520. Brian Kung. Followed by 1418, Ricky Scott. And then it looks like your first 2000 truck coming in, 2055, Kyle Thomas. So a little bit more breakdown on so the 5 Unlimited class, that's going to be kind of your, it's a VW based class, but you're allowed to run a Ecotech engine in it now. So it's either I'm not sure of the Volkswagen engine size that you can run in it, but I do know that majority of the 5 Unlimited guys, they do run the Ecotech engines in them. So they are faster cars. It's kind of like the 12 car in the front. So you're allowed to run the beam. You don't have to run the internal springs, but you can run a coilover style spring. So that was 2006 Caesar Becerra. Is your second place 2000 truck through. End of lap 1. So then I believe, again, I don't know, I'm not too familiar with the 1400 trucks or the 2000 trucks, but I believe the 2000 truck, again, has to be it's a pre-runner style class with working doors, or you're supposed to have working doors, and I believe you have to have leaf springs in that class on the rear end. So this looks to be 1434. Johnny Betlazar. And then looking at the comments on the YouTube feed, Helton is racing. I just didn't have his name at the time he started, but he's in the 2086 truck. He was the third to last vehicle off the line, but he should be coming in here quickly. So here's 2037, Richard Oha, followed by the first 1350 of 1386 of Matthew Kloss. And there is Matt Helton, 2086. All right, welcome back, Cody Jeffers.
Howdy, everybody. That
Anything-
that 1600 race was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I wanted to pull up the times here real quick so we could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like Dean pulled it off at the end.
So what I figured based on that physical gap there on the last lap. My technology's not working here. There we go. So unofficially, shoot, he's got him by 24 seconds, huh?
Yep.
He did not set fast lap.
No, Cockrell still has fast. He had fast lap at
Yeah.
1606.
Yeah. Yeah, it really looks like just that last lap. Lap 5, Daniel ran at 16:22. Cockrell ran at 16:54.
Yep. So I think you're talking you're talking to him, kind of got to his head,
Yeah.
maybe. So interesting how that happens, but either that or he didn't have an update from his crew letting him know that Dean was catching up a little bit hard, like running a little bit harder than what we thought.
Yeah, it's hard to say what exactly happened there. It might have been where he caught some traffic too. Dust is really a big factor out here. You start catching those lap cars and you get stuck in a bad spot behind a vehicle, and you're being patient. You don't want to punt them. You could end up losing some time, and Daniel might have got around that car real quick. But anyways, that's only half the race is over. It's actually not even half because they got to go a little bit further tomorrow.
Yep.
They got to do 6 14-mile laps on the south course, which initially I thought was going to be the faster course, but everybody after pre-running yesterday, they all said that is the slower, rougher course. So,
Okay.
yeah, should be interesting. This course today was definitely fast. I mean, shoot, you're looking at the lap times. It's a 14-mile course, and they were running 16-minute laps. That's really fast in a 1600.
Yes.
When you consider top speed's 80.
Yeah, and our lead trophy truck that came through, he was at a 1532 on his first lap. So
shoot. Hey,
not too far off.
I need these trophy trucks to pick up the pace, or I'm going to owe the 1600 winner another $3,000. If 1600 overalls the race, it's a $3,000 bonus.
Oh, all right. So
yeah,
luckily you have a Kyle Jurgensen in your pocket right there to help out. But
Yeah.
they are. It looks like he's in a brand new all-wheel drive class 1 car.
That's was it the international race cars? I think Jason's building those. Yeah, that's a big old crazy 4-wheel drive unlimited car. Pretty cool to see such a technological marvel out here.
It looked pretty heavy.
Yeah, I mean, man, it looks heavy. It looks like you need a semi just to haul that thing around.
Yeah, and it looks like we have 2 trucks coming right now at the same time. It looks like it's your overall leader.
Yep.
Coming right behind a slower truck.
Already catching lap traffic on lap 2.
Yep.
Basically starting lap 3. Which was my hope. I would hope that it takes to lap 3 until they start catching the lap traffic, but it is a short loop out here, only 14 miles, and it is a really fast loop. Really separating those unlimited trucks and those 2000 trucks. Big disparity in top speed there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. So that was 15:21, so about 10 seconds faster on second lap, which was it was similar to what Cockrell did.
Yeah, I will need all them guys to run clean races. If all the unlimited cars have issues, I will be adding $3,000 to that first place check tomorrow, which is all fine and dandy. That's awesome. It's really sweet when the 1600's overall out here. So I think last person to do it was sitting Co-Dog in the first car, Cole Harden, who co-rode with Daniel Dean today.
Yep.
He overalled, what was that, 3 years ago now? his last race, I believe, before he upgraded to the 6100 truck.
So then we should have a pretty big gap here.
But that, man, I mean, honestly, that's really wild because that is a really fast course. It has a lot of straightaways where the 1600s were maybe doing 80, and these guys should be doing 110, 120, and the lap times are almost comparable. That's pretty wild.
Yep. And here comes Kyle right here.
Here we go.
So the 128. Out here testing, racing and testing at the same time. It's always good to see.
Yeah, we get a lot of that here at the M.O.R.E races, and it's good to see. I mean, you can come out here testing, but when you come out here and are actually suited up and strapped in and you take the green flag, it is a different level.
Yep.
Even if you're just out here testing, you definitely put a different strain on those parts compared to just out here burning laps on a weekday.
So yeah, it's good to see. It's definitely new elements, and then you throw curveballs into it because you like to make your courses a bit technical, tight and technical.
Yeah, usually they come out here and they think, oh yeah, I've ran all this out here. No, you haven't.
Yeah.
We're always breaking in new stuff that we haven't raced on. There's trails all over the place. And yeah, I always spend a lot of time mapping out the courses. There's certain sections where you don't have any options that we have to run, but we really, really try to break in fresh new stuff that we haven't raced and just interesting layouts that are really fun for the racers, fun for the spectators, and then he launched it over the hill.
Yeah. So that's what I wanted. I was like waiting to see, and I was like, I gotta go back.
He carried the front end. That was sweet.
So
yeah, right there, that sweet jump for almost half the guys in the pits over here can watch that.
Yeah, on the north end of the pits,
yeah.
there's a good viewing point for your
a lot
family.
of races you go to, the race drivers have a great amount of fun, but the pit crew and the families and whatnot, they only see the car one time all day or whatnot. And we run shorter loops and interesting layouts, so it's more fun for everybody out here. We know it takes a big team to get to these races, and we want them to have a good time too.
Yep. And here's Travis Shamber, 6125.
I think this is
nice looking truck.
I think it's a new truck.
It looks like he's missing a spare tire. I don't know if he started without one.
Probably not.
But
probably not.
Maybe that's the time gap right there is a flat.
Yeah, we got a few rocks out here in Barstow for sure. It is a little bit rocky. Sometimes guys that have not run Barstow before come here and they run too low a tire pressure and they get a lot of flats. You cannot run low tire pressure out here at Barstow. It will bite you for sure.
Let's go. We have some Shamber fans in the chat.
Oh man, we're looking at the chat over here. Okay.
Yeah, trying to. So if you guys have any questions or any updates, we can update you from this location here. I do.
Has our drone pilot been getting the sweet jump over there, or is he pulling off before they get there?
It's hit or miss because sometimes, no, that's not it.
Yeah, he's gonna come around. Another 30 seconds and he goes over the hill. He should be. There's our first 10 car.
Yep. He was following two of the spec trucks or 6100s. So lower right-hand corner, here comes the jump.
Oh, and he pulled off. Come on, guy over there. He's right there.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, our drone guys are doing good.
Yeah,
they're getting some good shots. Obviously, again, thank you, Dave Cole. And it's a Hammer King Productions, correct? Or did they change?
No, yeah, it's the crew from Hammer King. It's a light crew out here today. We had 2 drones for the Class 11 race, and we were getting some sweet shots in the heights. Unfortunately, Eric and his drone found a rock, and the drone went down. But we'll have 2 drones back up again tomorrow. And what's going to be fun tomorrow is right behind us, they're going to be starting side by side. And they're going to be going up through all this nasty big holes. Whoops. There's 3 or 4 lanes where everybody's tested for 40 years, it seems like.
Yep.
And that's going to be really fun to watch the side-by-side racing up there because there's really not one lane that's better or whatnot until you get further down there. So it's gonna be a test of skills to see who comes out. Pretty much down there at the corner, which is like mile 1.5.
Yep.
Is where you're really gonna find out who was better through the first 1.5 miles.
And it's still it's nasty all the way around. I don't think there's
There,
one or two flat lines out
Yeah,
there, but
there-
there are big holes in those flat lines.
there's a hidden line out there, kind of in the middle for you guys that did your homework pre-running. That is definitely the fast line.
Yep.
I used to always run far left back when I raced the 9 car and the 10 car. But there's some sneaky lines actually in the middle of all that junk.
Yep.
Some
And if you
Rob
stay up
Max,
on
some
the
Rob Max
humps.
style lines.
Yep.
That are out of all the deep stuff.
And that looks like our first 1400 truck, Mike Thomas, coming in
Yep.
for his second lap.
So Mike is the father, and he runs the linked 1400 truck, and then his son Kyle is out in a basically matching truck that is leaf sprung. And depending on the course, they run very similar lap times in both trucks.
Yes.
Sometimes Kyle actually passed Dad in the leaf sprung truck. He is one of the fastest leaf sprung trucks out here for sure.
TSA. I am not familiar with TSA.
I don't know. We are a limited class racing org. We definitely got know most of the limited class racers, but some of these 6100 and trophy truck guys, when they come out, not real familiar with their teams.
We try to be.
Yeah, yeah. But we are definitely the limited class racing organization. That's what we focus on out here. The courses are designed for limited classes. The paybacks are designed for limited classes. We did do big shootout races for the limited classes.
So, and then here we got Ted Baker coming through, which I believe it's Tim Morton driving today.
Yep. So I know the 1022 Byron Seed and the 1015 Michael Wells, they're in a points battle for the ProAm Championship Series. So it's going to be interesting between those two, who comes out on top. And only a few points between them.
And then so just for everybody out in the field, I don't know too much about the 1400 trucks and the 2000 trucks, but would you be able to explain like what those classes are? And
so 1400 trucks, it's a sportsman class. You got to have steel cab, working doors, got to have factory frame rails underneath the cab. And then the front suspension has got to be hung off of, in some sort of fashion, those frame rails. You can't just cut the front of the truck off and have a center pivot trophy truck with steel cab doors. Also with the 1400s, a rule that we put in a few years back, and I'm really happy we did it, 37-inch tire limit. It really keeps the cost down for those guys, and you see a lot more budget-minded racers showing up and doing well in 1400. Because, man, you start running those big trophy truck tires, those 40s and 39s. Yeah, you can get them cheap from the trophy truck teams or whatnot, but your truck, you can't just bolt them on and run them. Your truck will fall apart around them. And some guys had to find that out the hard way. But so that's the 1400 rules. 2000, interestingly enough, they voted to not have a tire size limit. So you got some guys out here with 35-inch tires, and you got some guys with 40-inch tires. However, it's a leaf sprung truck, so the same rules as 1400. You got to have steel cab, working doors. You got to have those factory frame rails underneath, from the front suspension points all the way to the front shackle point on the leaf springs has to be stock frame rails. But you can run any size tire you want, and there's actually a couple guys around 40s now. But they have a hard time finishing races. When they do finish, they are very, very fast. But our points champion, back-to-back points championship, they were on 35s, Richard Oja, in a truck that was built, in the 80s, I believe, Manny Escara 7S truck. They were back-to-back points champions, so I mean, it's not all about tire size and suspension travel. And Becerra's won last year. They edged them out. They are the ones running bigger tires, but they did blow up a transmission drive shaft issue last race right off the bat.
Yeah, which causes bigger tires cause bigger problems internally.
Yes. Yeah.
So definitely have to be prepared for that if you decide to move up like that.
Yeah, you can't just throw bigger tires on these vehicles and not upgrade parts. It generally doesn't work that way.
Yeah, fun stuff. Now those two classes, in the past they used to be considered sportsman classes. Are we
Right.
still at that point?
So
or-
1400 is still sportsman.
Okay.
Class 2000 voted to go pro. And you know, it's a $200 difference in entry fee is all it is. And that $200 goes to payback purse for each race, and it goes to the points purse. And then they run for championship points and championship points purses since they are pro class. Where sportsmen with 1400, they pay a slightly lower entry fee and they just get a trophy. There's no payback unless we do a special bonus, which we do sometimes. It's no payback. You're just racing for a trophy in the sportsman classes.
Fun stuff. Then here we have, I believe this is 2006.
Yeah, so this is Caesar and Andrew Becerra. You can see they got pretty big tires on there. I don't know if they run a different tire. I don't know if that's a 40-inch tire or if it's a 39, but I do know they were running 40s at one point, and that's a V6 truck. But they said they had all practically trophy truck drivetrain underneath that they can handle it. They did tell me yesterday they didn't upgrade the drive shaft, and that bit them the last race.
Now that's upgraded.
That's never good. Yeah, now that's upgraded. So it's a V6 powered truck with a trophy truck drivetrain, basically.
And they typically do pretty good.
Yeah, they usually finish. They were our points champions last year.
Yeah.
They're usually pretty good at finishing races. All the 2000 guys. The 2000 class is a really fun class. Good group of guys. So we have Kyle Thomas, the Becerras, Oja, Matt Helton, who's an OG 1450 guy. Those four guys have been at every race this year. I want to say they pit together. They have a really good time. Lots of camaraderie. 1400 class has been a good showing too. They had a tight points battle with those guys with Ricky Scott and David Barr and Sergio Garcia. They've been our podium finishers almost every single race, and they've been within seconds. At Glen Helen, it was only a second and a half between them. We actually had to go back to GoPro footage and just double check the video GoPro footage because it was so tight, just to confirm who actually won that race.
Yeah, that was a definitely interesting battle at Glen Helen. They kept it. I think that's 2 years in a row where they were on top of each other.
Yeah, I just bumper to bumper those first two trucks every single lap.
So and then Lorana series. That's an old series. Me and Cody both we definitely remember those and those years. So interesting stuff.
I used to have a VHS of Lorana, like the Desert Jam 200 or something that I watched as a kid over and over and over again. I think the 1600 is almost overall that race. I think they end up second overall. Lorana days. We run a lot of them same courses. Some of the stuff though over there in Johnson Valley, the Marine base took 80,000 acres of Johnson Valley. That was 12 years ago now.
Yep.
So a lot of that old stuff can't run anymore.
Is there any effect on kind of what's going on today? Are they getting a little bit more land over there, or
rumors are they're trying to take it all again, which they were trying to initially, and then they gave us the shared use area. They gave us an L shape that we put our races on. But it sounds like they're trying to take it all again.
Okay.
Which is no good. So you want to write into our congressman and tell them we need that land for recreational purposes. And I think the Blue Ribbon Coalition and Corva and those guys will be fighting it real hard.
Yep. And then I believe Dave Cole and King of the Hammers, they all have part of it, and they're all trying to also fight against it as well. So it will be something to see as things move forward, kind of with that stuff. And
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're very fortunate here in Barstow. We got this big OHV park, and over in Lucerne Johnson Valley area, that OHV park where we can come out and recreate and put on these races. And if we lose those, it's going to get real tough. So we want to make sure that we fight them on that, and that we still have these two OHV parks to recreate in.
Yeah, definitely. It's somewhere where I grew up racing. It's fun to race out here and to keep things going with the local series. We kind of need this area.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, so it looks like I think this is 2069, Justin Lowe.
No, it's
Oh,
2086. It's Helton.
2086.
Yeah. I think
Similar
did he pass?
colors.
Did he pass Ojed or Ojed go by?
No, Oja's.
They were in front of him last lap.
No, yeah, they haven't not come by yet.
Oh, bummer. So they have a little battle. Hilton every time at the end of the race. He said, "I only came here to beat 2037." There they are right there.
There they are.
They are usually within a minute of each other every single race.
Another close battle, similar to Class 11. Kind of the 2000 group is same.
Yeah,
1400
the
guys.
2000 group is really, really great.
Yeah. But long. Let's see. Not a long day of racing today. It's actually kind of a short day of racing. Typical races don't go. They do go this long, but they're not as tight.
Yeah,
racing.
well, we're short on we're short on daylight this time of year, so we can't run into the wee hours unless you get lights, and it gets pretty cold once the sun goes down this time of year. But yeah, we try to do these races kind of like just right in the sweet spot on distance. I know some guys, want to do 500 miles. There's places to go do that. Our races, we try to do some really, really tight, full on 100% racing, for a couple hours. And on this deal, it's 2 hours today, roughly, depending on how fast you ran. Some of the 11 cars ran at just over an hour.
Yeah.
But some of them were closer to 2 hours. And then they're going to go out tomorrow and race for 2.5 hours. They're going to do 14 extra miles tomorrow on that loop, which is rougher. So it'll be a bigger test tomorrow to get to the finish line.
Yeah, that's going to be every class is going to be doing that extra lap.
Yes. Yeah. So class 11 tomorrow will be doing 4 laps. The 9 cars and stuff will be doing 5. And the 1600s will be doing 6. So they'll be doing 84 miles of the Barstow Desert.
There we go. So 1350 of Hunter Beaumont coming through.
So it's an unlimited sportsman. Looks like an old pro truck or something.
Yep.
So 1350 is our unlimited sportsman class. If you have bigger than a 4-cylinder engine, that's really the only rule for you. Anybody can enter that class that has a V6 or a V8 engine. And then we have the 4-cylinder sportsman class 1300. Anybody that has a 4-cylinder motor or smaller can enter that class and come race.
Yeah, good separation on classes. Keep it simple.
Yeah, we try not to add a whole bunch of classes. We have 3 UTV classes. We have the bread and butter classes starting with 11, and we have 9 and 5 1600 and 1600, 10 5 unlimited. But we don't have all these extra special classes based on how old you are or what brand of tire you have, which it seems like some other races. They're trying to put their window net back up.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be Travis Schamber. He's going to be our overall leader.
Really?
Yeah, Klaus didn't come through and Jurgensen didn't come through.
Oh boy.
So it'll be interesting to hear kind of what happened there if we can get anybody to get us an update. But interesting change right there, but it's consistency for Travis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, flat tires, you got to watch out for the flats out here, especially them big cars, all that horsepower. There's a lot of off-camber stuff that's rocky out here at Barstow, and you get to sliding around a little too much, you'll rip the sidewall open. And those big 40-inch tires like to dig up some giant boulders that you didn't even know were there.
Yeah, each lap, rocks are never in the same location, but that same rock will be there for 10, 15, 20.
Yeah. I remember racing a night race in my 9 car out here at Barstow. And there's always this place that was just pinned, through the whoops. And one lap I came through just pinned, and I was in the air, and all of a sudden they're just boulder, it's bigger than a basketball. right front and the right rear, just bam, bam. I was like, I just double flatted. Somebody kicked a rock out. I was in the air before I even saw it. Yeah, it's brutal.
So I think this is going to be our second overall.
Second overall.
It's going to be a 10 car.
Man, I would have to think the 10 cars that are running faster than 1600s.
Let's see.
Now that he's in fresh, clean air, cleanish air.
Pretty close to the same times.
Yeah.
But we'll see because he, let's see. Byron just put up a 1606, so he just matched Cockrell's time.
Okay.
And so he should have some clean air.
Yeah, this lap, he'll probably lay down a pretty good lap.
And it sounds like here comes Michael Wells.
I think he was running third, so wasn't he? No?
No, they were close to each other.
Okay. Yep, you're right. That's the Kreger.
He's making up time, it seems like. But let's see what comes through.
Yeah, he got their first win with us at M.O.R.E this year at the last race of the PCI 300. They've been having a solid season. They finish.
And he won. That was the 10 car shootout race, right?
No.
Oh,
nope. 10 car shootout was Tyler Martin.
So there's second place 6100 truck coming through.
That's John Gilly, right? Yeah, he won PCI 300, I believe, our last race, also in 6100. So he knows how to drive that truck.
6156. They're making it. Looks like they're making it a close race amongst themselves.
Yeah, once they get spread out, I'm sure that first lap with the dust was a little challenging. Once they get in here lap 3 and 4 and get kind of spread out and get in some gaps, they'll start running some better lap times, I bet.
Yeah, if this dust doesn't just settle in and
yeah, it's definitely it's kind of a single lane course out there, really fast out there, so I'm sure passing's a little difficult. You got to really plan your passes, get them done in those corners, which we do have quite a few corners out there. But you got to be running in the dust and be close enough to make the move.
Yep. Maybe we might get a good shot here. Going over the hill. Keep going. Yeah, and it was funny watching the 1600 cars. They would jump lanes to the left right there.
Oh, where some of the cars jumping over?
And trying to hit this straight.
I see.
So there you go, up and over the hill.
Yeah.
But not enough momentum there.
2007, they rolled.
Okay.
But not to be mean, but that's pretty common for that truck. They rolled at Glen Helen and still finished on the podium. They go very, very fast in the truck. They drive Tyler Poland extremely quick in that leaf sprung truck. But they do have a little habit of getting too fast and getting the wreckers.
Yep. And then we just had 1455 Mike Thomas go by again.
Yeah, I believe I want to say Mike won this race last year in the 1400 truck. He's always very fast out here in Barstow in that truck.
It seems to be up front a lot of the times.
Yeah.
More likely than not, but let's see. But yeah, kind of a let's keep this going, but an uneventful day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had some rollovers. I knew we were going to have rollovers. I actually went out and put more down arrows at the mile marker 2.5 where we cross. It's like 3 lanes of other race course. And it's nasty. Here comes Klaus. It's a nasty spot because, like, you cross the first 2 lanes and they're not too deep, and the third lane's way deeper. And it definitely bit a handful of drivers today.
Yep. Looks like Klaus got a flat tire.
Okay. And he probably changed that himself.
Yep. So that would explain the 10-minute time difference.
His co-rider, really sweet lady. I don't think she's getting out and changing 40-inch tires. So I'm sure Vince had to get out and change that himself.
Yeah, not going to get out and do the
No,
the
I don't.
sub
I don't.
1 minute
I
tire
don't.
change.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. Timmy said in his interview, but he rolled it up in the heights today in the 1600 car. That's why he had some downtime.
Yep. Yeah, he was kind of explaining it to me when I was talking to him, and just got caught up in racing and overdrove a corner that he probably shouldn't have. And
yeah, the nasty corner that dies off the hill where I was saying
Yep.
it's like a 60-degree. Yeah, he slid through there sideways and caught and went over and landed down at the bottom, facing the wrong direction. But he did land on the wheels, so he got lucky there.
Yep. I think he said that that's the first time in his life that it's ever happened.
That he's landed on his wheels. Yeah, Brooke Perfect had a rollover today. I believe that one was at the mile 2.5 spot, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
it took them a bit to get up and running after
but
that.
they got it back on wheels and they finished, which is really critical because they're in a points battle. They came into this race with a 10-point lead over Bradley Ward, and a few points more over Renee Maldonado. So they want to make sure they got the finish in, so they got those 5 finishing points, which is really critical. I don't know where they ended up actually finishing in what place, but they salvaged a lot of points there. I'm glad they got to the finish so they can see what happens tomorrow.
Yep. And here's the other Thomas truck.
Yep, Kyle Thomas. So same paint job, same front end parts too, I think, as the rear one's leaf sprung. All right, BLM wants to talk to me, so I got to go on that one.
All right. Thank you, Cody, for joining us for
All
a little
right.
bit. All right. Glad Cody can join us for a little bit. Kind of get some explanations, some questions answered that I wouldn't be able to answer. Here comes your 5 Unlimited car. Coming around to finish his 3rd lap. It's a little bit of a wind shift change. And then this should be 1449, David Barr coming in for the end of his 3rd lap. So 5 Unlimited class is one of those classes that it was pretty big, and I believe it still can be pretty big. It just seems like everybody that has those cars or races those cars are kind of dormant right now. So hopefully we see that. I believe it was the 5 Unlimited Coalition come back out and get everybody's cars out of storage or the garages and get them dirty again. It's going to be your 2006 truck, Caesar Bacara, coming in for the end of his third lap, starting his last. Class 2000 trucks are only going to do 4 laps today. Tomorrow they'll do 5 on the southern loop. Same thing with the 1400 trucks. So we should have 5 racers out on their last lap right now. And then here comes our lead overall truck. Stopping to fix a window net. So into their 4th lap, onto their last lap for the day. So we should see the lead 1400 truck coming back around in about 5 minutes. And then this should be your third place 2000 truck, Matthew Helton. Staying in the 20-minute lap times. Your lead 10 car. Byron Seeds starting his last lap. Yeah, the lead overall truck right now is Travis Chamber. Second place 10 car coming through, Michael Wells. So as Cody was saying, the top 210 cars are racing for points championship here this weekend. They're close. They've been racing close all year long. Here comes Richard Oha to start his last lap. (61.23). John Gilly coming in, starting his last lap. Followed closely by Joe Edsman. So that's a close battle there. Joe has John right now on time. So it's about a 10-second gap on corrected time, but physically, John's still leading that race. Then we got 14.25. That's going to be Sergio Gonzalez starting his last lap. Oh. Yep. Finisher, first place. That's your first place 1400 truck, Mike Thompson. Across the line. Followed by Tim Morton. All right, looks like we're going to put another drone back up in the sky. There you go, 1418, Ricky Scott. Going to be your second place 1400 truck right now. Then as we wrap up the third heat, everybody's starting to get onto their last lap. Yeah, again, we have to thank Dave Cole and the Hammer King production crew that's out here helping us get the footage and getting this live feed going. We are on the King of the Hammers channel, which is great, and hopefully we're pulling in some new crowd, new people. Tyler Pullen starting his last lap. Some good drone footage right there following him out right off the start of the course. Definitely can be a high-speed area to a very hard left-hand turn. I believe at least one car got caught there during qualifying, ended up rolling over. Sounds like this might be the 5 Unlimited car. Oh, nope. First, Kyle Thomas in the 2055 truck coming in for the finish, followed closely by the 5 Unlimited car. Sounds like he's having some motor issues here at the end, but the truck survived to the finish. Hopefully they can get everything straightened up and ready to go for tomorrow. But as of right now, that is your first place finisher in the 2000 class. So the next truck expected in is going to be 1449 of David Barr. Which should be your third place 1400 truck. And here they come right now. It looks like somebody's following closely behind. So here's 1449, David Barr coming in to finish up his race, followed by Cesar Becerra in the 2006 truck. So it looks like David locked up the third position for the 1400 class, and Cesar is going to be your second place 2000 truck. So next truck in, this should be your overall leader. It's going to be 6125, Travis Shamber. It's a little confusion on the laps. So needless to say, tomorrow's going to be the 6 laps. Today's 5. Sounded like he wanted to go out there for one more lap, maybe get a victory lap in. Here we go. This is going to be 1434. Cody's going to let him go out for one more lap. fill in some of the time slot. Here's going to be your first 10 car coming in. Looks like 1022, Byron Seed, taking away the win. Well, we'll see on time if Michael Wells is going to be able to catch him. So I can hear him coming. And here he is, Michael Wells. Let's see what time looks like. Michael's Wells through, second 10 car. Looks like he didn't get it. Second place 10 car through, Michael Wells. But very close race. This one's definitely going to be probably going to be reviewed on that. We're looking at less than 10 seconds apart. So we'll see what the official timing is going to show on this one. Here comes your next 6100 truck coming in. 6123, John Gilly. Let's see if he was able to pick up some time and gap Joe Edsman. Here he comes right here. Let's see what happens. There's 6156. And it looks like John Gilly was able to put a big enough gap on there to keep second place. So 6123, John Gilly is going to be your second place finisher for the 6100. And 6156, Joe Edsman, which I was just told from Hawaii. So a nice trip over here and to come out and race with the M.O.R.E series. But very close race right there. They're within 5 seconds of each other on that finish today. So again, it's going to be an official time review for Cody to look at and make sure everything was good. Here we have 1425. It's going to be Sergio Gonzalez coming in for his finish, followed by 2086, Matthew Helton. That's going to be your third place 2000 truck so far. And then here comes your third place 10 car with Tim Morton. So it looks like we might have 4 more cars left on course. So yeah, as we wait for these, the last, I believe there's 4 vehicles left on course. So as we wait for them, just a reminder for everybody watching today, we do have live coverage tomorrow, starting again at starting at 7 a.m. We have an earlier start. So Group A or Group 1 is going to start at 7 a.m. and that's going to be your Class 11 cars, your Class 9 cars, 5 1600 cars, and your 1300 Sportsman cars. Then at 9:30 will be Group B, is going to be your Class 12, 1600, and your UTVs. And then at noontime is going to be Group C, which will be the same group that's finishing up right now as we watch 2037 come across the line for his final lap. Richard Oha coming in, and it looks like he's going to be the 4th 2000 truck to come across the finish. So hopefully you guys are able to join us tomorrow in the live coverage. We have the Hammer King production crew coming back out tomorrow morning, and we'll try to put on a decent show for you guys tomorrow again. So appreciate you guys joining us and watching the feed and bearing through some of the technology issues that we had. But we should have 2 drones back up tomorrow. So for 2 different views, hopefully we get one out in the field again, and then one close to main, and then possibly another camera set up here at the finish line, similar to the one that we have set up in the upper left-hand corner. Get you guys a close view. So, and then tomorrow we're going to do some more, we're going to try to pull some more drivers to do some interviews and try to get some Class 11 guys to show up. Maybe I can get some other people to sit down, some more guests. And Brian Johnson's going to join us again tomorrow for Heat 2. So try to keep things interesting for you guys. All right, 2007 through. Tyler Pullen. His final lap. Taking home the 5th spot for the Class 2000s. It sounds like the 5 Unlimited car's coming around the corner. So Brian Kunn is your 5 Unlimited winner for today. So now I believe we're just waiting for one more truck.
It looks like my drone didn't look like that, right?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to start pulling down the coverage and the cameras. So thank you guys for joining us today. Hopefully you come back tomorrow morning. It's going to be an early start, so 7 a.m. Heat 1, Heat 2, 9:30 a.m. And then Heat 3 is going to be at noon or 12 p.m. So hopefully we're gonna include more interviews tomorrow and have some more. Hopefully get some good footage out on the race course. So maybe at the midway point, we're gonna find some areas, get some good cover, more good coverage. So thank you guys again for joining us today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.